where it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Hello, 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 everybody. Happy Valentine's Day. I hope that you guys are feeling loved. Well, happy Friday. Welcome back to Criminality, or if this is your first time here, welcome to Criminality. We are covering the case, the trial of the state of South Carolina versus Zachary Hughes in the case of Christina Parcel. We are a couple days behind, so we are actually going to try to spend today catching up on day 2 and hopefully getting well into way 3, if not done. Wait, did I say way 3? Oh gosh, I need to go back to bed. Day 3. Hopefully we can get well into day 3, if not done with it. So then that way, because today in real time, they are on day 4. So we are, I mean, we're not too far behind, but hopefully we can get pretty caught up. So for any of you guys who are Delphi people, or follow the Delphi case, I am going to do a separate live tonight to cover the motion to strike on the Delphi case. So just an FYI, we're going to do this during the day. I'll go pick up the kids. When I get back, we'll do a Delphi live. Everybody loves a Delphi live now, don't they? So we're I know that there's a new document out, and I'm going to cover that tonight on a separate Delphi stream. So welcome in, everybody. Good morning. Thank you guys for being here. My plan today, let's get caught up and see if we can rock and roll through day 2 and hopefully all of day 3. So far, we have a timeline in the case of 7:15. Wait, is it 7:15? About 7:15, the nosy neighbor sees Christina and her daughter walking to school. At 8:07, they have Christina's car on camera leaving. At 8:15, nosy neighbor supposedly sees a guy on a bicycle. 8:30, Christina attends her vet tech interview that lasts for approximately, I'm cutting off? Am I? Is anybody else having that problem? Let me know, because then I got to figure out what's going on with the stream. At approximately 8:35, Christina's sister leaves the house. You can see her car leaving on camera. At 9:12, Christina arrives home. At 9:15, there is a male stepping into the front door wearing a backpack. 9:27, guy wearing all black and a gray hoodie or a gray beanie is seen on a bicycle on a neighbor's camera. 9:28, guy on bike with a wearing all black with a gray hoodie seen on another neighbor's camera. 10:57 a.m., we see Christina's boyfriend's car, Brad's car, driving by the neighbor's house and pulling into the driveway. 11 o'clock, Brad calls 911, and by 11:30, actually probably like 11:15, 11:30, first responders are on the scene. So that's where we're at timeline-wise for that morning. Any questions before we get started? Any questions before we get started? It's an awfully tight timeline. It really is. So it puts the murder between 9:15 and 9:27. Okay, so we're going to go to first witness on the stand for day 2.
State calls Kalen Ford.
All right, let's get the volume situated. Yes, Law Junkie, they were. Both the guy from Court TV, the cameraman, and then the, I don't know if he actually was, if he was an affiliate of Court TV or if he actually worked for Court TV. I don't know the details of that. And then Megan's mom was arrested on outstanding
Place your
warrants.
left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you. Please be seated.
All right, you guys are gonna have to let me know sound-wise how this is. And Megan Boswell, the defense attorney's filing for a new trial.
Ms. Ford, good morning.
Good morning.
Could you tell the jury where you currently are employed
I work at Albuquerque Police Department.
and what do you do for them?
I'm a
Let
crime
me know
scene
how the sound
specialist.
is. She's a crime scene specialist. How's the sound?
And how long have you been doing that for the Albuquerque Police Department?
About 2 years.
Where were you working in 2021
Here at Greenville County Forensics
and what specific role?
as a forensic technician.
And could you describe for the jury what kind of actions you take, what your duties are as a forensic technician when you were with the Greenville
That any
Sheriff's
better?
Office?
So we respond to crime scenes within the county limits. Depending on the crime scene, we can do things such as take photographs, process for fingerprints, collect evidence, just depending on what that specific scene is.
So it's safe to say that collection of evidence on specific crime scenes is one of your primary roles.
Correct.
And same thing would be taking pictures in accordance with that.
Yes,
Were you in that role on October 13th of 2021?
I was.
And how are you involved with the present case specifically related to the crime scene on October 13th of 2021?
I was the primary crime scene investigator for this case.
Okay. So you were tasked with processing the home at 122 Canebrake?
I was.
And in your role as a forensic technician, are you subjected to trainings and continued education for that role?
Yes, I have my bachelor's in science and forensic and investigative science. In the past, I've held certifications in bloodstain pattern analysis and fingerprint analysis, and I am currently part of a specialized unit called the Major Crime Scene Team in Albuquerque that responds to all homicides and officer-involved incidents.
Approximately how many crime scenes do you process in a given year?
I would say over 400.
So can you describe for this jury, specifically related to October 13th of 2021, what your process was on arriving at 122 Canebrake and steps you took with your specific role?
So when I arrived on scene, I met with officers and detectives on scene just to get a brief run through of what was going on. After that point, myself and officers did an initial walkthrough of the scene just to see the layout of the house and where things were located.
So when you were doing the layout of the house and going through there, did you take photographs of the outside of the house?
Yes,
And if I show those to you, would you recognize them?
I would.
Let's show defense counsel what is State's Exhibit 69 through 84. witness was 69 through 84. Could you take your time, review those, and let me know if those are the pictures that you took at the outside of the canebrake home?
Yes, these are the photographs that I took of the exterior.
So that was what the canebrake home looked like when you arrived on the scene October 13th of 2021?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move into evidence States Exhibit 69 through 84.
Counsel?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. 69 through 84 comes
Ms. Ford, I'm going to go through these with you. And if you like, I have a pointer here if you need to use it. Starting with States Exhibit 69.
Hey, this is as loud as I can make it, so make sure your guys' volume is up on whatever device you're listening on if it's still a little low. Yeah, me too. I did peek at a couple of the photos from day 2, day 3. So I did peek at a couple of the photos. I'll tell you that. But I still don't have I still have no in-depth knowledge of the case outside of just what transpired when she was killed.
Picture of.
So that is a photograph of the gray Lexus that was parked in the driveway.
Yeah, this I've got it.
Able to identify in the course of the investigation there who was driving the gray Lexus that day?
Yes, it was the victim.
Showing you States Exhibit 70.
That was the red Mercedes that was parked in the driveway as well.
Who
That's
was driving
Brad's
that
car.
vehicle?
Mr. Post.
States Exhibit 71.
That is the front side of the residence showing the windows along the front door.
72.
That is a close-up of the front door.
73.
That is a photograph of the exterior side of the front door handle.
74.
That is the gate on the right side of the residence. If you're standing facing it from the roadway, just showing the gate into the backyard area.
So is that, are you staring at Canebrake Drive there?
Yes,
Is that the red Mercedes in the driveway?
yes.
75.
That is the photograph of the back or side door of the residence.
And at this time, had the initial deputies already gone through the house?
Yes,
76.
that is a photograph of the backyard.
And so would this be looking to the opposite side that we were just reviewing where the driveway,
Yeah.
away from the driveway?
Yes, away from the driveway.
77.
That is a photograph of you standing at that gate that we just viewed, looking at the end of the end of the backyard.
78.
That is just showing a close-up of the creek and what you can see from the backyard.
We're going to go to State's Exhibit 80.
That is the gate on the opposite side of the house, leading into the backyard.
That's looking into the backyard.
Yes,
81.
that is just showing another close-up of the backyard along with the second-story porch.
82.
That is a photograph of the nook that is underneath the second-story porch on the back side of the house.
Now you called it a nook.
Yes,
If I'm standing on Canebrake Drive, can I see somebody under there?
no, you cannot.
And if I'm standing, let me go back to State's Exhibit 78. In the backyard there, what was the collection of houses like, I'll say, with relation to the backyard of the house?
It was
Or how close in proximity were other neighbors?
They weren't that close. They were separated by both of their own backyards, including that woodsy area and a creek.
Go to State's Exhibit A3.
So that's just another close-up of that nook area.
State's Exhibit A4.
And now we've moved out into the front yard, and that's just showing a broader photograph of that gate on the left side of the house.
So from where you're standing there, taking State's Exhibit 84, could you see into that nook there that we were just reviewing?
No, you cannot.
After reviewing the outside of the house, did you thereafter go inside the house and do the same process of taking photographs and reviewing the inside the house?
Yes.
If I showed you those photographs, would you recognize them?
Yes.
I'm going to show defense counsel what is State's Exhibit 40, excuse me, 40. Let me get this right. States 38 through 62 and states 63 and 66.
I sped it up. If it gets to be too fast, just let me know. I have it at max volume on my streaming service and max volume on Law and Crime, so it's about as loud as I can make it currently. Hopefully, it's just maybe with this witness because she's kind of a low talker. But I see where they're going. They're saying that he essentially he's the bike and him hide behind the house. That's why we don't see him in the front until he's going to go in, which is weird though, because I don't know why he doesn't just go in the back door when that's the one the boyfriend says is always unlocked.
Please review those and let me know if those are photos you took.
I checked it on my phone. I could hear it fine too. Thank you, Suthi. I don't know. It's just a glitch in the matrix.
Yes, these are the photographs they took.
So that was the same when you entered that day?
Yes.
Now, this time the state moves into evidence State's Exhibit 38 through 62, as well as 63 and 66.
She's just talking about the photos, so I think I mean, if it's too fast, I'll slow it back down. But
Just subject to our objections.
Right.
Discussed earlier and the reasons behind so on Exhibit 63 and 66, no other objections.
Okay. And you're expecting on the record. So, 38 through 62, comes to evidence as well as 63 and 66.
Same thing before I'm going to go through these with you one by one. Walk through the house with you. Show you State's Exhibit 40.
So that is a photograph of the interior side of the front door, which is in a room that I refer to in my report as the front sitting room.
Sitting.
Yes.
30.
Exhibit 38.
That is a close-up of the door handle to that front door, showing that it was in the locked position.
Oh,
Exhibit 39.
So this is a photograph of the interior of that front sitting room, where you can see the victim and you can see some apparent drag marks as well.
Exhibit 41.
That is just a different view of the same thing, showing there are stains, apparent blood stains on the couch, as well as the pooling underneath the couch, the drag marks, and you can see right there is one of the flower stems.
So you noted, you said drag marks.
Yes.
In this photo. Could you explain that a little bit more, how you derived that based on the pattern of the blood that's displayed in the photo?
So yes, as I referred to earlier, there's a pool of blood right there underneath of the couch. From that pool of blood, that blood being on the victim's clothing, when she was moved from that original location, it created the drag marks that you can see there on the floor. And then on top of these drag marks right here are what we refer to as drip stains. That just means that an object or person or thing that had blood on it, that blood volume dripped on top of those drag marks.
You said you identified some flowers or flower stems in this photograph. Can you show me specifically where they are? Is this what you're referring to right here?
Yes.
Okay.
okay. So they found the blood. They say that she's dragged, but I'm not sure that has it shown that she didn't just crawl over. But I don't know. She's talking about the flower stems they found. Locked, I think, is after he's in there. I think whoever, once they're inside the house, the front door ends up locked.
Exhibit 42.
So that is a close-up of the victim's right hand, mainly noting the chipped thumb fingernail, which is something that really stood out to me on scene.
Why does that stand out to you?
Broken fingernails can be a sign of a defensive, that the person tried to defend themselves. So that's what that broken fingernail kind of portrayed to me.
Are fingernails something you commonly collect?
Oh, dang.
Processing?
They actually showed that. I'm surprised.
Murder scene?
Yes, it's standard procedure, but considering that one of them was broken, it became apparent that we really need to focus on those fingernails.
Okay. Showing States Exhibit 49.
So this is another photograph of that far wall in the sitting room, again, just showing that blood pooling underneath the couch. And then in this photograph, you can also see some more of the rose petals and the leaves that are leading into the hallway.
Okay, so let's take a look here. Brittany, essentially what you've missed is that this is a crime scene investigator who was out there taking a lot of pictures, and she took a bunch of pictures of the backyard and the gate to the side, the gate on the side of the house leading to the backyard, essentially showing that the perpetrator could have very well hid in the back and nobody in the front would have seen them. Okay, so you can see the pattern from the couch and the blood pooling under the couch, and then being moved from here to here. Kind of going in like a half circle. You'll start to see the rose petals. You can't see it behind here, but they'll show us a picture because I did see that picture.
Were you able to find the victim's phone at the scene?
Yes, the victim's phone, it's kind of hard to see, but it is right there in that blood pool.
Right here?
Yes,
Were you able to collect it?
yes, it was collected.
Who did you subsequently give it to?
I gave it to investigator Sparkman.
I want to bring your attention specifically to the couch.
Yes.
There. What do you notice about the accumulation of blood and what the significance of the location of the blood as it relates to the couch?
So with that blood volume being located there, we call that a pooling of blood. The coagulation of the blood tells me that that a major artery was hit, and that also that is the site of where the initial incident occurred. Along with that, you can see some disturbances in the blood there. That also signifies that the couch was most likely moved after the incident.
Should States Exhibit 50.
So this is a close-up of that couch and coffee table area, showing the
Okay, so close up of the couch and the coffee table. Here's some of the flower stems right here. It almost looks like in like the scuffle that there's a potential that flowers are knocked over so far. I don't know if I'm thinking intentionality on that yet or not. And then here's some of the swiping. I don't necessarily see how the furniture is moved quite yet, but maybe they'll show us that.
The flower stems that were partially located underneath of that orange pillow and underneath the table. And it is also showing additional blood spatter
Happy
that was
Valentine's
caused.
Day, Valentine.
The location of that blood spatter, since it goes under the table, and the size and shape of those blood stains showed me that the table was also moved back into place after the incident.
Like a scuffle.
Is that the victim's phone there in the bottom corner?
Yes.
I'll show you Stacy Exhibit 46.
So this is a close-up of those rose petals and
There you go. Here's your rose petals. So the couch is over here to the right. And then here's rose petals, rose petals. Here's an actual rose. Can't see it behind the closed captioning. Let me get rid of that.
leaves that are leading from the doorway to the sitting room from the hallway of the house.
Stacy Exhibit 45.
So that is the view of the sitting room from the hallway, just again showing those rose petals and leaves.
So that's all we
Okay, so this is the opposite direction, just on the opposite side, showing the same petals, same flowers.
towards the front door.
Yes.
Stacy Exhibit 43.
So this is a photograph of the hallway while standing in the living room, just showing how some of those flower petals go into the hallway, and also the discarded pair of sunglasses that was located.
Okay, now that's interesting because the flowers, the petals do come out into this hallway before going in there, or before going into the living room, and then there's the sunglasses that are on the ground.
In the hallway as well.
Exhibit 47.
This is a photograph from a further point in the living room, again, just showing that entryway into the sitting room in the hallway.
This almost makes it does seem that the flower petals are almost intentional, or there's like a scuffle over the flowers as they're coming into the room.
So inside, that is the sitting room. And that,
Correct.
Stacy Exhibit 51.
So this is a photograph from on top of that console table sitting in the sitting room where the victim's purse had been located, and it's just showing that some of the rose petals and stems had made it onto that table.
Like a breadcrumb trail.
Stacy
Yeah.
Exhibit 52.
This is showing the victim's purse that I was just referencing, and showing that the rose petals were also inside of her purse.
Yeah, they are.
Approximately how many murder scenes have you processed?
Say close to 150.
You ever found flowers near the body?
No.
And I'm just gonna go back really quick. 52. To the location of these flowers, were there some found inside her purse?
Yes.
Inside the items on top of the table?
Yes.
Stacy Exhibit 53.
So that's just another vantage point from the sitting room of all of the rose petals and the leaves that were located in that doorway.
I'm sure you Stacy Exhibit 54.
So that is a blood stain that was located on the wall by the curtains on that front wall of the sitting room.
Were the curtains opened or closed?
Okay, so that looks like the top of the couch, right? Top of the couch or the side of the couch? No, the top of the couch. And then there's blood behind it.
Closed.
The curtains were closed.
55.
So that is a close-up just with scale of that blood stain. That blood stain to me appears to be what we refer to as a transfer stain, meaning that an object or thing with blood on it touched a surface that did not have blood on it.
56.
That is a close-up of one of the gray sitting chairs next to that window on the front side of the sitting room, just showing the blood drops that had gotten into the surface of that chair.
57.
This shows those blood drips that I was referring to earlier near that gray chair. The reason that those are so significant is because they are farther away from that initial pooling that we saw underneath of the couch. So what that means is that the shape of those blood drops tells me they're about 80 to 90 degrees, which means that an object with blood on it was directly over that area of the floor when that blood drop was created.
Like dripping from the knife.
Where is this in that room?
That is over by the wall where those curtains and windows are located.
And that's the same, you're talking about the angle with which this blood was most likely transferred. That's different than what you were saying, the drag marks were the earlier exhibits?
Yes, drip stains are created by a blood drop just falling in motion from gravity, kind of if you had a nosebleed and the blood was just falling out of your nose. Because that area of the living room was so far away from the initial blood pool, that was not caused from the incident. It was most likely caused, again, like I said, from an object or a thing.
I would object to the opinion testimony that's being offered. I mean, this witness has not been offered as an expert, nor do crime scene techs get offered as or qualified as experts. The pictures all speak for themselves. So I would object to opinion testimony being offered.
She's testified to her experience in processing hundreds of these scenes and the training she's had. While this is not being offered as expert testimony, she's speaking to her rationally based perception of the angle that these blood droplets came from. As to Mr. Moyer's concern, it's right for cross-examination if he wants to offer a contrary opinion or pry into why she derives her opinion, but she's simply speaking to her experience.
I'm going to overrule your objection. It's noted.
Overruled the objection.
So as we were saying, those blood drops were most likely created from an object or a thing that was in that area.
Show you State's Exhibit 60.
So that is showing a clump of hair suspected to be the victim's that was found in an area of blood in the sitting room.
That's a good.
That area of blood you described as the drag mark?
Yes.
Oh shit! Like she was dragged by her hair. So yeah, essentially, so some of those other drops are caused from the knife or from the hands of the perpetrator. If they had blood on them, it's definitely from something other than her, is what she's saying. Looks like she was killed on the couch. Yes, that's what, according to this witness, that's what she's saying. The initial strikes were at the couch area, and then she's dragged over, which I don't know why. I don't know why they moved her.
So that is a blood stain that was located on the interior side of the front door. That is, once again, what we refer to as a transfer stain, meaning that an object that had blood on it touched a surface that did not.
So there's blood at the front door. Okay, that's interesting. There's blood at the front, on the front door, transfer stained blood.
Finally, State's Exhibit 66.
So this is a photograph of that front sitting room again, where you can see the victim that's located at the end of that drag trail, and additionally another smaller pool of blood, just signifying that wounds were still bleeding at that time.
So you spoke to flowers that were found at the crime scene. Did you collect those and identify those?
I did.
If I showed you pictures of those, would you recognize them?
Yes.
Show defense counsel what's marked as State's Exhibit 85 through 93.
Right, and then falling back onto the couch, it looks like, because the amount of blood that's on the couch too, are falling back against the couch right there, and then the main pooling of blood is right there under the couch. But moving the coffee table and the couch back into place kind of seems like there was a little bit of a scuffle, and which would go with the broken fingernails, and then moving it back so it's like not out of sorts. It's kind of a weird thing to do.
Showing you what it State's Exhibit 85 through 93. Are those photographs that you took of the flowers, or some of the photographs that you took?
Yes, they are.
All right, this time the state moves into evidence, State's Exhibit 85 through 93.
No objection, Your Honor.
Objection 85 to 93. Percent evidence.
Show you State's Exhibit 86.
So that is a bundle, those are bundled stems with a rubber band that were located underneath of that orange pillow in the living room.
Okay, so still with a little rubber band and stuff on them. Nobody's found a vase. There is no water. So it is thinking, I'm agreeing with you guys that this might be, the person coming might say like, oh, hey, here, I'm here to deliver some flowers for you. I'm just a delivery boy.
The rubber band is on this end,
Yes,
on collection.
yes.
87.
That is just a different view of those same stems showing the leaves.
89.
So that is a close-up of one of the flowers that was found on the sitting room floor.
You said wildflower.
Yes, it is a wildflower.
That's
Correct.
not a rose?
No. That is just a close-up of that same wildflower, just showing the coloring on it.
I'm going to expand on that a little bit. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 93. Are those the same stem?
No.
So the stem on the right is not a rose?
No, it's a wildflower.
State's Exhibit 90.
Just another close-up of that wildflower.
Approximately how many of the wildflowers did you collect?
I'm not sure.
6 days several?
Yes.
In your processing of the house and looking through everything, did you find any vases,
No, I did not.
containers for flowers?
No.
And in processing that house, I assume, did you take several collections for potential DNA testing or blood testing?
Yes.
What about fingerprint lifting?
Yes.
Now, if someone's wearing gloves, do they leave fingerprints?
No.
After you process the scene, what are your next steps on leaving Cambridge?
So I secured all the evidence that I collected, and then the next day I responded to the autopsy.
Did you take some pictures of the autopsy?
I did.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 109 and 110. Section Exhibit 109 and 110. Are these two of the photographs you took at the autopsy?
Yes.
What do they show?
They're showing the decedent's hand, left hand, which contains her engagement ring.
All right, this time the state moves into evidence, State's Exhibit 109 and 1.
Said that there's no fingerprints. What would a perpetrator wearing gloves not leave fingerprints? And she said, yeah, that was all that was.
Okay.
That objection.
What are your duties when you're
So her engagement ring was on, which means that this isn't a robbery gone bad, right? Because otherwise, why didn't they take her ring off her finger?
at the autopsy? What kind of things are you doing there?
So at autopsies, we take additional photographs of the victim and their injuries, as well as collecting clothing, DNA swabs, otherwise known as buccal swabs, fingernail clippings, head hair samples, and pubic hair samples.
Did you collect buccal swabs and fingernail clippings from Ms. Parcell?
I did.
If I showed you those collections, would you recognize them?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 94, 95, 96, and 97.
It's a great question on if she would recognize him. I don't know.
Showing you 94, 95, 96, and 97. Starting with 94. What is 94?
94 is the fingernail clippings from the victim's right hand.
And could you describe to the jury, when you're taking these fingernail clippings and autopsy, what is that process like?
So we have a sterile set of nail clippers that we remove from the packaging. We then place a piece of paper towel underneath of the victim's hands. I use those fingernail clippers to clip the clippings from her left hand, and then I do the same process with a different paper towel from her right hand. Those are packaged individually, and then the fingernail clippers are packaged and submitted as well.
And is that what you did here
Yes.
with both her right and her left hand with respect to 94, 95?
Yes.
What about 96 and 97? What are those?
So these are the buccal swabs that I collected from the victim at the autopsy.
I know we've had some testimony to that effect, but what exactly did you do there to collect those?
So we take a sterile cotton swab and we swab the inside of the person's cheek to collect those cheek cells and get DNA from them.
You collect-
Hi, Travis. Happy Valentine's Day. They came back with life with the possibility of parole after 51 years. They are going to merge the 3 counts for the felony murders and the first-degree murder, and then the sentencing on all the other charges will take place on May 22nd. So life with parole after 51 years, which she's already served 5. So it looks like she'd be up for parole when she's about 69 years old.
Collected 2 of those?
I did.
All right, this time the state moves into evidence. State's Exhibit 94 through 97.
No, I object to the introduction at this time, in that the chain of custody has not been established. These are fungible items, so it would not be proper until the chain is established.
Will you be bringing them later for another witness?
We'll have testimony from another witness, but she is the collector of these items.
Well, and until that time, they'll just remain armed.
Understood.
Put them in.
Post-punk. Go get your
Taking
copy.
these samples, being the fingernail samples and the buccal swabs, what thereafter do you do with them?
I take them and I submit them to our property and evidence section.
Presumably for testing?
Yes.
I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Any cross-examination?
Good morning, Ms. Ford. I just have a couple of questions for you.
Okay.
Just about those flowers that were talked about quite a bit during your testimony. First off, the ones that you testified are not roses. Was any determination that's made as to what type of species of flowers, what kind of flowers they were?
Just wildflowers,
When you say wildflowers, what exactly do you mean by that?
things that you just find in someone's yard,
Okay,
just wildly grown in a field.
okay, and that's just based on your training, or is that based on just your experience of just knowing about flowers?
Just
over the years?
experience about flowers, yeah.
Okay, and the way they were positioned in the house, they were just kind of randomly scattered throughout the house, right?
They were scattered, yes.
Yes, I mean, they weren't in any kind of arrangement or pattern or anything like that.
Yep, they're just scattered.
One moment. Oh, and I'm sorry, just to be clear, when I said scattered, we're talking about the roses and the wildflowers. They were just randomly scattered throughout the house, right?
They were scattered throughout the front sitting room area, yes.
Okay, and so they went basically out into the hallway just a little bit, but it was mainly in that area where the deceased was found. right?
Yes, there were some in the front of the sitting room, and then there were some located near the decedent as well.
And again,
Oh, I didn't even think about the fact that this is probably not a good day to be discussing a random unknown male coming to your front door with a bouquet of flowers, and you're like, "Oh, thanks." This is a terrible day for that. Nobody's gonna open the. They're gonna be like, "Leave it on the front porch. Step back before I open the door." I mean, that's good cautiousness anyway, but. Everybody be careful opening your door for random dudes with flowers.
not in any kind of pattern or arrangement or anything like that.
No.
That's all. Thank you.
No redirect, Your Honor. We would ask to recall this witness at a later time.
Thank you.
So some of the stuff she wanted to get in, they said they objected to and said no chain of custody yet. And he's like, well, I was gonna. He's essentially said he was gonna kind of skip to the fact that she did some of the stuff with it, and he's like, no, you gotta have it in chain of custody. So he's just gonna keep her under subpoena so he can recall her whenever apparently he brings in the chain of custody for whatever items he was referring to, which I think is probably the fingernails and the fingernail clippings and the fingernail clippers.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls Eric Turner.
Eric, somebody. If it is too fast for anybody, just let me know and I'll slow it back down. I'm just trying to get day 2 and day 3 done today. So, but if it's too fast, I mean, it's kind of pointless to try to just rush through it if you guys don't understand it or hear it. So just let me know and I'll slow it back down. I think I have it on 1.5 right now. Agreed,
Please sign
Brittany.
the administrator. Please place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please be seated. Please state your name for the record.
Eric Turner.
And Mr. What is your rank?
I'm a deputy.
Deputy?
Yes, sir.
And who do you work with?
The Greenville County Sheriff's Office.
And what do you do for the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
I work in the school enforcement unit. I'm a school resource officer for several elementary schools in Greenville County on the east side.
And is that typically called an SRO?
It is.
That's
Yes,
the
sir.
resource officer?
Yes, sir.
Deputy, I'm refer you back to October 13th, 2021. Were you working that day?
I was.
And were you called out for 122 cane break?
I responded out there. Yes, sir.
Can you tell us, jury, how you responded?
Sure. I was in between schools. I had just left one. Let me go back. At the time, I had 4 elementary schools. So I had just left a school and was actually headed to Buena Vista, right near where the scene was. And so on my way, the call came out. I was close by. I said, hey, I'll run by there and check on it. It's right there at my school. I just want to make sure there wasn't any threat towards my school. So I responded there, notified dispatch that I was on the way.
About what time did you arrive to the location?
Within, I don't know the exact time, within just a few minutes of the call coming out, I was right behind the first arriving deputy. He was already out of his car.
And once you got there, what did you do?
I stood by with a gentleman later identified as Mr. Post and spoke with him while Deputy Robinson and his trainee went inside to check the residence.
And did you learn that the victim, Christina Parcell, had a daughter?
I did.
And what was your role in regards to her daughter?
So as soon as I found out that she had a daughter, I was like, I asked, you know how old she is, where she goes to school? And he goes, actually, she goes to Buena Vista right there. That being my school, I immediately switched roles and went to, I've got to get to the school to make sure that the school is safe. He gave me just a little bit of background, family background. So I was under the impression, hey, there may be an issue with this child. So I stood by for just a few more minutes and then I left and went to the school to make sure that everything was okay. Prior to me leaving, I actually called our front office at school and asked, was this student there? And she said, yes, she's here. I said, do not let her leave with anybody. I want the school locked down until I get there. I'll be there in just a minute. So the school handled their protocol, their protocol, did what they were supposed to do. And then I arrived and made confirmation that she was there, she was in the classroom, and she was safe.
So, so as soon as you found out about Christina Parcell's daughter, you arrived at the school.
Yes, sir.
And when you arrived there, did you talk to anybody?
Just the administration. And they confirmed back to me, hey, she's in the classroom. She's good. I'm like, let's leave her there. I don't want anything to disturb her normal day until we figure out what's going on.
And then how did y'all decide when and how Christina Parcell's daughter was going to leave?
We kind of discussed what was going on. I told them, as far as I was concerned, just let her have a regular day. There's no need to take her out of the class, and let's just let her proceed with her day, leave as normal. I spoke with a couple of the investigators, and it was determined just she can leave with a family member like she normally does. They walk them up to, it's called the front path, goes out the front of the school, and they walk home because they live right there. And so we just allowed that to proceed on as normal, like she does every day.
Please answer any questions.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, they let her just walk home with like she proceeds to every day, but her home is a crime scene. So that's kind of weird, right? No? Like, shouldn't they have made sure that she had somewhere else to go?
May it please the court. Deputy Attorney, you had a body-worn camera that day, did you not?
I did, sir.
And did you take steps to record some of the activities that you engaged in and around Canebrake on that afternoon?
I did. As soon as I got out of the car, I believe, shortly after getting out, it was on.
So what time is Buena Vista let out of school typically?
2:15.
And so maybe it's a silly question, but on that day when school was let out, I would be coming home. Is that right?
Yes,
sir. And being a school resource officer, you're familiar with issues related to children's attendance in school. Is that correct?
It's really none of my business. If the attendance clerk brings it up, I may do something about it. But
Deputy Turner, if a student wanted this, let's say she didn't want to go home, would the law make her go home?
Yes, you know, speculation.
I'm just asking if he knows that. Hold on.
I mean, it has happened before, not with me.
But if a student says, I don't want to go home, I'm not going home, must the student go home?
Again, we're going to look into it, probably contact DSS, get them involved into our investigators, our crimes against children investigators, and figure out what's going on, why the child doesn't want to go home, stuff like that.
That's pretty honest.
Okay. You redirect. No redirect, Your Honor.
What? That's a weird cross. Would you make the student go home if they don't want to go home? And like, what would you do? What's that? Okay. Weird.
Now a good time to take a little break. The next witness is going to be quite legal. Okay. You may step down, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a morning break. Again, no discussion about this case amongst yourselves or anyone. And again, I thank you for your service. Enjoy your break.
And he said the next witness is going to be lengthy. What that means to them, I'm not sure. It could be a half hour versus 5 minutes. So, I don't know. The whole school thing was just really weird to me. Why would you want her to walk home?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Tina Parcell.
Oh, this is Christina's sister.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Let me slow it down.
Please be seated.
This is the sister she lived with. Yeah, I'm getting that now, Fluffy. Now I'm understanding.
Thank you.
Yeah.
My name is Tina Parcell. I go by Tina.
Ms. Parcell, where do you reside?
I would prefer not to give my home address, but I do live in Greenville County.
Greenville County.
Yes.
And what is your relationship?
Smart girl. Everybody else is just like, hey, this is televised. This is where I live, even though I don't live in the neighborhood anymore. This is my new address. Anybody who wants to come find me.
to Christina Parcell.
She's my younger sister.
And so, can you tell this jury a little bit about y'all's relationship going back to the 2000s and kind of taking us through that?
Sure. And she was 2 years younger than me, so we were close. We were different people, but we were, close in age, close as sisters. Early 2000s, she got married for the second time. I got married for the first time. We were both living our lives. We were close, but not intertwined, I guess would be the best way to put it. And we were friends, not best friends, but we were friends. We were still young enough where all of your childhood, younger, older sister relation, all of that baggage hadn't quite gone away yet.
And did she ever begin a relationship with John Mello?
Yes, she began dating Mr. Mello, I believe, around December of 2008.
And in 2008, where were y'all living?
2008, I lived near downtown on Glen Street, right behind Cleveland Park. My sister lived at that time, in her home in Greer with her estranged husband.
And how long did Christina Parcell and John Mello date?
They broke up, to my understanding, October of 2015, so just under 7 years.
And during that time, did she have a child?
She did. She had my niece.
And when was your niece born?
June of 2012.
And so during the time in which Christina Parcell was dating John Mello, what kind of relationship did y'all have?
So they began seeing each other, again, just based off of my sister's papers and all of that sort of thing. December of 2008, I'm the kind of person I have to put things like in place and time. So December of 2009, my dad had his first stroke when he was 51. And within a year, so April or May of the next year, my sister wrote a letter cutting off contact with our whole family, saying that she had reached a new place of spiritual love and needed to only have true and pure love in her life, etc.
And so around 2009, did you see her very often?
I would see her less and less in 2009, and then beginning in 2010, she cut off contact, and we didn't see her for 4 years.
So from about
She wrote a letter to her family and said, I essentially am cutting you all off. I have reached a new level of spirit, or I only need like a new level of spiritualness, and I only need true, pure love, and didn't talk to her family for 4 years.
2009 to 2013.
2010 to 2014, we didn't see her for 4 years.
And did y'all have the occasion to reconnect?
My sister reached back out to my parents July of 2014. My parents found out they had a grandchild, that my niece was 2 years old.
Wow.
My sister began reconnecting. She reached out to me. We met for, I don't know if it's lunch or dinner, but Freddy's Custard and Easley was the first time I kind of got to see her and my niece again for the first time in 2014.
So during that time, did you know where Christina Parcell was living?
She lived at a house at Easley on 3rd Avenue or 3rd Street. I don't remember Avenue or Street.
And is that where she brought home her daughter?
Yes, my understanding is I to live with her full time. The photos I've seen of that time period, she had a room. There were photos there. They lived together.
And so she was raising your niece during that first couple of years.
Yes, and all the court documentation follows that as well.
And during that time, did you have the occasion to meet John Mello?
Not during the first few years of my niece's life because we didn't have contact. I met him maybe a time or two from 2014 to when they broke up in 2015.
Now, did they ever live together?
No, he was living with his wife at the time.
So around 2014, 2015.
Well, hold on. He was living with his wife at the time, but she started dating John Mello in 2008. Cuts off the family in 2010. Daughter's born in 2012. Reconnects with the family in 2014.
2015, you and your sister sort of reconnected?
She reconnected with the whole family, correct.
And did Christina Parcell and John Mello ever engage in disputes over who had rights to their daughter?
For years, yes.
About when did that custody dispute begin?
They broke up sometime in October of 2015, And I know that she had a family court deposition in March of 2016. So almost immediately would be the best I could put it.
So about the time y'all reconnected, she was already engaged in disputes with John Mello over the custody of her daughter.
I don't believe that I don't believe they had begun in 2014 when she first started reconnecting with our family, but within that next year, shortly after they broke up.
So from that point on, were you, and I won't say involved, but were you aware of the dispute, and did you support your sister during that time?
Well, sure. Not financially, emotionally, or, because we had been estranged for 4 years, that is, it sounds so trite. It's a big hurt, that this is my baby sister, and I'm trying to find a way to put her back in my life. So even though she was going through this custody battle, I was also kind of trying to get over my hurt feelings with her. So we interacted, but we weren't, again, tied at the hip best friends at that point.
And so as time goes on, did the custody dispute continue?
For years, yes.
And did Christina Parcell get a relationship with Brad Post?
Yes, she did.
About what time did she begin that relationship?
Again, based on documentation I've seen in her effects, within a few months of ending things with John Mello.
So around 2015?
Yes.
And so pushing up to 2020 timeframe, did your relationship with her grow closer?
Yes, in January of 2020, my mom was diagnosed with stage 4 lymphoma, which is scary and something. It's scary, it's aggressive. My sister and I met for lunch, and we're making a plan for how are we going to get my mom through this. If something happens to mom, how are we going to take care of our dad, who's had multiple strokes. And during this lunch, she looked at me and said, I really want you to be a bigger part of my life and my niece's life. And so we started consciously choosing to be more involved with each other.
And at that time, where was everybody living?
So at that time, COVID, I was sheltering in place with my estranged husband in my marital home in Greer. That's awkward. It was. My sister, again, she rented a duplex. So when she had visitation with my niece, they would do those visitations in the duplex. And then when she was not living in the duplex, she spent her time with Brad Post.
Okay. And up until about 2020, did John Mello and Christina Parcell share custody of Aida?
Early on, I hate this phrase, but it's the only one I can really know. They had a gentleman's agreement early on about custody that suddenly nobody agreed to, so they went into court. John had primary custody. My sister had visitation, standard visitation every other weekend, weeks during the summer, time on birthday and Mother's Day, at the holidays. I think it's Richards Brown. I don't remember the name.
And so, and during all this time, was there litigation going on between the two?
Yes, multiple times.
So I'm going to take you to about October of 2020.
Yes.
Did John Mello leave the country with your niece?
Yes, he emailed my sister and said, we won't be here for the next visit weekend, can't make it to the next visit weekend, something to that effect, and missed the court-ordered scheduled visitation. Didn't know where or why necessarily until shortly after, when we discovered they were out of the country.
And so in October of 2020, where was Christina living, that same duplex?
So no, in, again, March going to April of 2020, I'm sheltering in place with my now ex-husband, so super great. I decided I didn't want to do that, and I'm getting an apartment for myself. And my sister had just said, I want us to be closer, and her lease on that duplex was coming due in that spring of 2020, and I told her, I'm getting an apartment. I can get a 3-bedroom apartment. I clearly am a army of one and don't need a 3-bedroom, but if I got a 3-bedroom, then you could have your visit weekends with me, and we can spend time together. We have a playground, have a pool, et cetera, et cetera. So summer going into fall of 2020, my sister had her visit weekends with my niece in my apartment. And then she, again, was living for the most part with Post non-visit weekends or non-visit weeks.
And was Christina Parcell working during this time?
Yes, she was a vet tech.
Was she a full-time vet tech or?
No, at that time she was part-time.
So.
Okay, so Post said that she never lived with him. He testified that she never lived with him and that she always had her own place. And now the sister's testifying that during visitation weekends, she would stay with her in her 3-bedroom apartment, but the rest of the time she lived with Post.
In 2020, y'all discover that your niece has left the country with John Miller.
Yes.
Did this sort of set off a new set of litigation as far as the custody dispute is concerned?
Yes, she filed a rule to show cause in family court under the then agreement that she had, because they had reached an agreement. He's in violation of that agreement. Rule to show cause was, the family court equivalent of you broke the agreement. Once we determined where he was, and she had already spoken to family court, her lawyer, Greenville County, tried to reach out to SLED, tried to reach out to the FBI. Once we discovered where they were, started investigating, how do you get someone back from a foreign country?
And was she dedicated to trying to get her daughter back?
Every day.
So what did she do?
Once we've finally figured out that there is a Hague Convention for child abduction, not just war crimes, but truly for child abduction, reached out to the State Department. Her first contact was Zach, and then the second contact was a woman named April Conway. And essentially, you go through this entire application of the circumstances. You have to provide the court orders, the existing orders that funnels up through the State Department to, they call it the central authority. So the U.S. central authority then reaches over to their counterpart in whatever the country is, because this happens for all of these countries that are a part of the convention. And then it goes down their chain. In this case, it was Italy.
And when did she start that process?
Oh, we found out where they were late October, early November. So probably November, possibly December of 2020.
And again, how did you find out that your niece was in Italy?
Her father posted a photo on Facebook of her standing in, I think, like a cobblestone plaza type situation. It was nighttime. There was a banner on the wall behind her that said the name Rovigo, Italy. And once we began searching down that rabbit hole, we found an online news article.
So were you having any contact with your niece at that time?
First time my sister got to speak with my niece was Christmas Day of 2020. So it had been 2.5 months.
All right. So you mentioned this Hague Convention. Did Christina continue to pursue that, and in fact have some hearings in Italy regarding the ultimate custody of your niece?
Yeah. So when you go through this process with the Hague, I am not an expert, but this is one of those things that kind of sticks with you. Since it goes through the central authority, essentially that other country, their government is acting on your behalf. So the equivalent of Walt in Italy was representing my sister. It's not that she had to hire an attorney. The state or the nation of Italy was doing it, because this is all international agreements and arrangements. All communication was done to her through the State Department. So they channel up, it goes over, it comes down and back and forth. The State Department let her know that a hearing had been scheduled for February of 2021, and that she could attend either virtually or in person. And she called me to let me know. I was at work. She called me and I asked her if she wanted to go, and she said yes. And I asked her if she wanted me to go with her, and she said yes. So I bought 2 round-trip tickets that day.
And did y'all ultimately go to Italy for a hearing?
We flew out of Atlanta on Wednesday, March 10th. We arrived in Venice, Italy at the Marco Polo Airport. The things to stick with you. We arrived around noon that Thursday. Court was the morning of Friday. We flew back to the States that Sunday.
And were you successful in getting your niece back?
We were nothing at getting my niece back. There was no decision reached in that trip in March. They said they would deliberate and they would reach out with more information.
Now, when you were there, did you get to see your niece?
Did I lay eyes on her? Yes.
Did you get to speak with her?
And again, this is just based on what happened, not I know the rules of Italy. But when we were there, they said the mother has to go in, the father has to go in, and the minor child cannot go in. He brought her to court, and she was not allowed to go in the courtroom, and she had to stay outside of the courtroom. I couldn't go in because I wasn't a party. She was now an unattended minor in a foreign country, which is, again, not great. And they asked if I would watch her. His attorneys asked that I not speak with her. That wasn't a court order. It was just, hey, can you sit here and watch her and not say anything?
And was John Miller there as well?
Yes, he's the one that brought my niece into court for that hearing.
So did y'all ever return back to Italy again?
My sister returned to Italy. So this was in March of 2021. She again received notice from the State Department it felt like forever, of course, but a few weeks later, either end of March, beginning of April, there's another hearing. Again, you can attend virtually or in person. She said, I want to go in person. I asked if she wanted me to go again, and she said, no, I'll go by myself.
And so did she fly to Italy?
She did fly to Italy, give or take tax day.
And was she successful in getting the return of your niece?
At first, there was no decision reached, and they said you can leave and come back when we decide. She opted to stay, and a few days later, I can check my records for actual dates. A few days later, they let her know that they had decided to repatriate. Italy repatriated my niece to my sister. John Mello and my niece were brought to a police station. Aida was given to my sister. My sister then had to wait a week to get a replacement passport for my niece because hers had expired when they were in Italy.
While Christina was over there, did she have to hire bodyguards?
We had 2 bodyguards. When we were there, we weren't allowed to, because again, COVID, we weren't allowed to take public transportation. We weren't allowed to sit down in restaurants. So we did have 2 people that were hired to both provide some protection for that day in court, but also to get us from point A to point B while we were in court. And she had the same staff were hired when she went back.
So what day did Christina and your niece return?
April 22nd of 2021.
So when they returned, to what residence did they initially go?
They started living with me full time in the apartment that we discussed. The lease on that apartment was up in the middle of May, so I'd already started making arrangements to live somewhere rather than renew the lease on the apartment.
And so did you eventually secure another location?
I had made an offer to buy the Canebrake home December 17th of 2020. I'd already been trying to buy that house for 4 months.
And did y'all eventually move into 122 Cambridge?
We moved into 122 Canebrake on May 14th of 2021.
So when once y'all moved in, you and who all lived there?
I was in the master bedroom, a nice tan with wood trim and a big window. My sister was across the hall in a not great yellow bedroom. My niece was down the hall from her in what came as a hot pink bedroom. And she was thrilled about that. So it was the 3 of us. I had chosen this home. It was large enough. There was an ensuite. You saw it in the walkthrough. The salmon color in the back had its own full bathroom, and that was going to be where my parents could live if they needed to in the future. So it was the 3 of us.
So you talked about this custody dispute, let's call it before John Mel and your niece went to Italy,
Yes.
and now we're past that. During this time frame up until May of 2020, how would you describe the dispute, this custody dispute between Christina and John?
It was active until the moment she died. There were still hearings while he was in Italy. He did not return to the United States for the, I guess it was 5 months, 3 weeks that they were here, almost 6 months. He would attempt to retain counsel, or did retain counsel, though it attend a hearing on his behalf. There was a hearing with regards to when could phone calls happen.
Did y'all ever fear for your safety or anybody or your niece's safety or your safety?
We wouldn't let her play outside by herself. It is a beautiful neighborhood, an exceedingly safe neighborhood. I mean, kids everywhere. So it's not that the neighborhood wasn't safe. We just didn't want her to be playing by herself. We didn't want her to get taken. The front window, part of why we always left it open was so we could see the front yard if she was out there.
Did John Mel ever do anything that made y'all feel unsafe?
Can you be more specific with your question with regards to place and time?
Around that time.
Around that time, I can't say if it was John Mello or not. I know that my employer received an anonymous packet full of John Mello and my sister's family court documents, and I know my sister didn't send it.
About the end of June and July, do you remember Christina and Brad Post receiving some envelopes?
Yes, I didn't. Many envelopes. It was kind of a flurry of activity as to had all of them arrived in our neighborhood, his neighborhood, the guardian, her attorney, her employer. It was.
And were you aware of the contents of those photos?
Yes.
I mean, of those envelopes?
Yes.
What were the contents of those envelopes?
If it were something that existed in South Carolina, I would call it revenge porn, but apparently that's not illegal here.
So there were.
Naked pictures of my sister.
I'm gonna.
So naked pictures of Christina were sent to Christina's work, her work, Brad himself. Like multiple packets of nude photos of Christina were sent to all of these locations, and her work received a packet of legal documents regarding Christina and John Mello's custody battle. Okay.
Show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1 for identification purposes only. And I'm going to show you State's Exhibits
Neighbors, yeah.
1A and 1B.
I don't know. That's weird.
And I'm going to ask you if you recognize these photos. And I'm sorry to have to show you these to you.
The only thing I'm assuming is the fact that the sister is so involved in helping Christina to get custody, and like, you know, she's so involved in this custody battle that they want to wreck her, that John Mello wants to wreck her life too. That's the only thing I can think of. Yeah, Law Junkie, that's what I was thinking of.
Yes, that is my sister, Christina.
And then I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 6, envelope State's Exhibit 6, and ask you if you recognize photos 6A, B, C, D, E, and F.
I think they're saying that it's going to be the combination of both, that they work together to make this happen. Because Mello is still in Italy at the time. So I think that they're going to show at some point how Mello and Zach are working together to just cause havoc.
Yes, those are all my sister.
So, y'all received these about June and July of 2021.
Yes.
Now, did your sister go to the police?
Yes, she went to the police. She went to a postal inspector.
In regards to the photos, how do you know that's your sister?
I'm going to try not to be. I recognize her, having known her her entire life. I recognize her haircut. I recognize her tattoos.
And can you give this jury a time frame of when those photos were taken?
Based on the length of her hair and again the state of her tattoos, I would say somewhere between 2010 and 2011.
And was that the time in which she was dating John Mello?
That's correct.
Now, so how old would Christina Parcell be?
She was born in 1980, so 2010 she would have been 30, 2011, 31.
30, 31.
Mhm.
So now I'm going to take you to, well, when did y'all move in? When did you move into the Canebrake house?
May 14th of 2021.
So from then until October 13th, 2021, what was life like?
Well, it was still COVID, but it was less COVID-y than it had been. So my niece joined the swim team and played her first team sport. She had friends in the neighborhood. She miraculously was promoted from 3rd to 4th grade, even though she missed 6 months of that school year. I worked downtown. My mother would come and babysit if Christina and I both had to work, or maybe our schedules overlapped. And I know that this sounds odd, but I would text my sister, I'm coming home. Can you chop the onions? I'm making this for dinner, or I'm going to the grocery. I mean, it was a really standard. We're living together, and we have a kid, and school, and etc.
So I'm going to take you to October 13th, 2021. Where were you working that day?
I worked at a company called Norris Financial Group in downtown Greenville.
And we've seen video of your car leaving. Do you remember about what time you left to go to work?
That's not my car. That was a rental, but I left give or take 8:30 that morning.
And with work?
I did go to work, yes.
And when did you realize that this incident happened?
I had a voicemail. My phone hadn't rang, but I had a voicemail. It's a thing that happens sometimes. And it was from Brad Post saying there's emergency at home. You need to, emergency at the house. You need to come home. And so I grabbed my purse, walked into the hall, told my boss, there's an emergency at the house. I'm going to go home, and made my way to the car.
And before you left for work, what was going on inside the household as far as Christina and your niece?
Do you mean
About what time did
that,
they
do you mean
wake up?
that morning?
Yeah.
Okay. I slept a little later than normal. Who knows why? And Christina had a job interview, so she was not necessarily up earlier than normal, but trying to get the day started and out the door earlier than normal. So she took Aida to school while I was drinking my morning coffee in that middle sitting room where we called it the den. That's where we spent our time. Christina came back. She had forgotten the school communication folder that you're supposed to bring back every week. She'd forgotten that. So she came back to the house to get the school communication folder and stood in the doorway and said she had a hair appointment that afternoon and it was gymnastics that afternoon. And what are we going to cook for dinner? And then she said, I love you, bye. And she walked out the door.
And when did you first hear about this incident?
The voicemail from Post said there was an emergency. And as I was going back to my car, he called again and I again went straight to voicemail. So I called him back and he said, it's her. I think she's dead. And so I got there as fast as I could.
So did you ride back at the house?
Give or take 11:30 that morning. Yes.
Now, in regards to your house, what door do y'all namely do you namely use to enter and exit the house, and which doors you have keys to? Explain to the jury your front and side door.
Yeah. So I'd been trying. I made an offer December of 2020. Less than a year into COVID, and what neither I nor my realtor knew, this house was under foreclosure. We didn't know that, and because of COVID, all foreclosures were under a moratorium. So it was in foreclosure, but they not done in foreclosure. And kept trying to complete the sale and couldn't get the final number that you had to have, the close number, the actual dollars you had to have. So by the time the lease was coming up on the apartment, I have to have a place to live. I want to buy this house. And so we had what's called an occupancy prior to purchase agreement, where you're essentially renting the house from the people that own it. So we had this, so I could move in before I owned the house, but it's still a rental. So we had keys for the front door only. We didn't have a key for the back door. And since I didn't own the home, I couldn't change locks. It was a rental. So when we came and went day in, day out, we would go through that front door. That first month, more than one occasion, we would go out the back door, go play in the yard, try and come back in the back door and get locked out because we had no key for the back door. And like I crawled into the garage one time to get in the house. So when we were home,
When you say back door, is that the door down the side of the driveway?
Yes, I would go into the sunroom, which was my office. And so when we were home, we would leave that door open, but really tried to be diligent to lock it up at night when leaving, etc.
So you would lock both doors when y'all were going to sleep at night.
Yes, and it's just part of that nighttime routine. You go, you check the doors, you turn off the lights, slide the deadbolt on the front door because it had a little slidey lock, and then go on down the hallway.
So if you were going to get out of your car in your driveway and you were coming home from work, which door would you typically use?
Always the front door, not typically, always.
Always the front door.
Yes.
So it would be normal for if Christina Parcell arrived home from a job interview, which door would you imagine she would enter into?
She could only enter the front door.
So what about the curtains in the front of the front room?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, they were kept open.
And what was that front room meant for?
So it's a standard ranch house where you have that front long, skinny, formal living room that nobody uses unless you're the kind of person that has furniture with plastic on it, and that's not my life. So yeah, I see that. You know what I'm talking about. But that front window got a lot of light. So, and you saw in some of the photos, my sister kept her plants there. We had my 2 silver chairs. The neighborhood kids and my niece would do puzzles in that room, arts and crafts. My sister had a desk where she did her schoolwork that was in front of the smaller window, but it wasn't the TV room or the family congregation eat dinner room. We did that in the den on the other side of that wall.
And so when you left that morning for work, were those blinds open or were they closed?
We always left because It was always open. Blinds and curtains were always open to get lights in for the plants. We didn't keep a light on in that room, so we weren't concerned, say at nighttime, we weren't concerned people were going to see us through that window because we didn't do anything in that room at nighttime that people would see. We were on the other wall, so it was just always open.
So when, on this incident, did you talk with law enforcement about that day? Did they interview you? Did you talk to them?
Yes, I sat in Investigator Sparkman's vehicle, and he said, "Tell me the history of your sister." And I said, "How far back do you want me to go?"
Did you kind of tell them what you told us here today?
And then
More or
some.
less.
Yes,
Did you tell him anybody you thought might have done this?
I said I absolutely believe John Miller did it.
Did you know where John Mello was located?
I knew he was supposedly in Italy, but who knows?
And Ms. Parcell, have you ever met Zach Hughes?
No.
Have you ever spoken to him?
I've spoken at him, but no, never with him.
Prior to October of 2021, have you ever spoken to him?
No,
Ever seen him before?
No.
Noticed him?
No.
Have you ever seen Christina Parcell talk to him?
No.
He's never been to the house?
no. I'm not while I was there. I wasn't there 24/7, but no.
Did you know her to ever have any communications with him?
I found this week when I was reviewing all of the legal files, an email John Mello sent to my sister where he CC'd.
Y'all can approach.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The only problem that I find with this, and not that I disagree, so for people who don't know that part, because that we know that Brad Post, Christina's boyfriend, was arrested for CSAM. There's other photos and situations around that, including with Christina's daughter, the neighbor's daughter, some other children. There's accusations of bestiality with animals from the vet place that she worked at. There's a lot around that. I have not found or seen any proof, and if you guys have, please point me in the right direction, that the sister knew. So that's one. I think she's neurotic. I'm not saying that, but I don't know if she knew anything about the situations. But the fact that, from my understanding, and if anybody here knows more than I do, which is very possible, that the John Mello and Zach Hughes don't know anything about any of that. So I think for the purposes of motive for Zach Hughes, that wouldn't be part of this case. Now, for the defense team, does that bring enough of a nexus in of a third party? I'm gonna throw out fucking nexus. Does it bring enough in to show that there's a potential motive for somebody else to want, if they knew about it, to want Christina dead? Because I don't know of any proof that John Mello or Zach Hughes had any idea that that was happening at the time until after. Legal Lacey, it is said that she did, that she is actually, you can see like parts of her body in the photos. It is said that she did know. We learned from Goal, a nexus only exists if there's DNA. She knows all these things, and that was her house. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's why it's not coming in against Zachary, but I don't know. I can also see why the defense would want it in, because it would show motive for somebody else if they did know. But as far as my understanding of anything I've learned about this case over the time that I was looking at it, nobody knew about the CSAM until the investigation of the murder, including the other children's parents. I could be wrong, but I'm saying, like, I don't think anybody knew about it.
Christina Parcell to have any interaction with?
No, absolutely no interaction, no.
Correct. Not until then.
Ms. Parcell, you've heard testimony here today, yesterday, that there was cocaine, small bag of cocaine found in that front sitting room. Do you ever use cocaine?
No.
Did y'all keep cocaine in the house?
No,
Did you know Christina to use cocaine?
I've never seen her do cocaine.
And we've discussed this child custody dispute. Was there a guardian appointed to your niece?
Yes, so once my niece was taken and my sister filed a rule to show cause, which essentially opens up the prior action that had been settled, the court appointed a guardian ad litem to act in the best interest of my niece.
And would the guardian keep in contact with Christina Parcell?
The guardian was in very frequent contact with Christina. The guardian did home visits of my apartment, number one, because that's where I would have been returned to. She also did a home visit of Cambridge. I'd have to check paperwork to see if Christina took drug tests during that time. There were many over the years. So,
You know that she was asked to take drug tests.
oh, many times over the years.
Did you ever know Christina to use cocaine?
No.
All right, Ms. Parcell, if you'll just answer any questions. this council may have.
Cross-examination.
Okay, so the CSAM is found during the investigation, and that's what Bradley posts. The boyfriend ends up getting arrested for. So we saw him on the stand. Day one? We saw him on the stand, and he was in orange. That's the charges he's facing. Now there was pictures also found on Christina's phone, but then there's I'm trying not to jump too far ahead of things because you guys wanted to watch it kind of like a jury, so it's tough. But there's no, as far as I know, like I said, I've just read a Fox article which said the father reported sexual assault of the daughter and it was dropped. Allegedly, the policeman was involved with Christina. See, I don't know. I just don't. So what does that have to do with sending out nude photos of Christina to all of these places? I'm not quite there yet. And why isn't that going in front of the family judge? Why aren't they talking about that instead of that he took her to another country? Like, why wouldn't that be in front of the family court? So, and I don't know. I'm going to reserve my opinion on that for now.
Good morning, Mr. Purcell. My name is Mark Moyer. And I have some questions for you today. Okay. So just want to start off with a little bit about your...
She does not like this attorney. You can tell by the look on her face. She's like, you got something you want to say to me?
background with Ms. Purcell. You said Christina was about 2 years younger than you, is that right?
2 years, 4 days.
2 years, 4 days. And you all began living together, the first time was at the Woods Road apartment, is that right?
I had room in my apartment designated for her to have visitation with my niece. Yes.
Okay, so y'all were living together at the
As I testified to earlier, she had visitations with my niece under my roof at that apartment, but my sister herself typically lived with hosts during those times.
okay. And it
No.
wasn't until you all moved into the Cambridge house that you all were living together.
No, as I testified earlier, when my sister and my niece returned from Italy, April 22nd of 2021, my niece and my sister lived with me full time. The first few weeks I was still at the apartment, but we moved into Cambridge May 14th of 2021.
Okay. I want to ask you a little bit about the custody disputes that were going on. You said you did not stay very much involved in the actual disputes at the beginning of that. Isn't that right?
No, that is not actually the character of my testimony. What I said was that my sister and I were becoming closer and essentially trying to get closer after she had cut contact with me for 4 years. So that's not something you get over quickly
Sure.
or immediately.
I understand, but that kept you from staying very much in tune with exactly what was going on at that time. Right?
Well, that and John Miller threatening to have me charged with kidnapping, that also had a factor in it.
Okay. And you gave up, Christina gave up custody of Aida to John Miller, didn't you?
No, I don't believe that's actually accurate, and I would like to make sure it's accurate. As I testified earlier, she and Mr. Mello had a quote unquote gentleman's agreement. And then when my sister was not receiving the visitation and she thought she was due, that's when the actual court actions began, which is not in any way, shape, or form the same as giving up custody, I believe.
Okay, but John Mello had primary custody.
I believe that the agreement was written that he had custody and she had visitation, correct?
Okay, so that was in the court documents, that he had custody, and she didn't dispute that. She didn't fight that, did she?
She had fought that repeatedly, trying to get custody, and then would reach an agreement with him.
But not initially. When that first document came out, where John got custody, when John Mello got custody, she did not,
Mr. Mello had physical custody before there was a document in that original Pickens County family court action. Mr. Mello had physical custody and was not allowing my sister to have visitation, so she took him to court and then reached an agreement where he retained custody, but he was not granted custody by the court.
okay, but she reached an agreement, so they didn't have to fight it out in the courts because she allowed him to have custody, correct?
That is the agreement which she reached. That's not the same as allowing, but
So she agreed to it. That's what an agreement is, right? Correct?
she entered that agreement, yes.
Okay, thank you. And it was not until Ida was taken to Italy by John that she began trying to get full custody. Is that true?
No, they had multiple family court cases. Sometimes she initiated, sometimes he initiated, trying to modify the agreement that they had.
And it wasn't modified until after she came back, Ida came back from Italy, right?
Honestly, I would have to check the paperwork.
Okay. Now, you had met Brad Post before he started dating Christina in 2015 or 2016, correct?
He was a customer at my father's cigar store.
And that was somewhere around 2000 or 2001 when you met him?
I couldn't tell you. He was a person that sat in my father's cigar store, so I couldn't tell you the first time I noticed him as a human being, no.
Okay, you worked for him for a period of time?
No, I did not.
You don't remember?
My
John?
sister worked for him, I did not.
Your sister did, but you never worked for him?
My father?
No, did you never work for Brad Post?
So I worked for the company. It was originally called eBridge Technologies. It was owned by Braddock Cunningham. It was a software company. That is where I worked. And then Mr. Cunningham is the one who began purchasing NC&E, Network Controls and Electric. So no, I did not work for Brad Post. I worked for Brad Cunningham, who purchased NC&E from Brad Post.
Okay, so if Brad Post said that you worked for him, that'd be incorrect?
Never heard him say I worked for him, so I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, I'm saying if you did, you told this department that you worked for him for a period of time, that would not be true?
No, I worked for eBridge Technologies, which again, I don't want to say subsidiary, I didn't do any of the paperwork, but eBridge Technologies, that software company, kind of merged with Network Controls and Electric once Braddock Cunningham became the person that was buying NC&E.
Okay. Christina was working part-time at the, as a vet tech, correct?
Correct.
When she died. And Bradley Post was helping her out financially, was he not?
I couldn't give you any type of dollar amounts, but I assume so.
Was he helping with the house at Cambridge?
No,
Okay, but you all had conversations about when you were having trouble getting the house. Did you not have conversations with Christina about getting Bradley Post involved to help with that?
no, I unequivocally did not want Brad Post involved.
So you never talked to Christina about, you never sent her an email or said, this house is more expensive than I thought, so maybe Brad Post could buy it and then we could rent it from him?
No. So I found out October 9th, 2021, that the people I was trying to buy the home for, again, it was in foreclosure. Foreclosures were in forbearance because of COVID, and the dollar amount, the cost to close kept going up, going up, going up. My realtor called me that Saturday and said, it's got to be this much. It was approximately 10 to 15% more than I was approved for. And I told her, I can't do that, but give me a couple days. I'm going to figure something out. And so my sister and I began texting new houses to try and buy a different house, which meant I was looking for a new house at the time my sister was murdered, which means I was not trying to have Brad Post buy Cambridge so I could rent it from him.
Okay. Now, when John Mello took his daughter and Christina's daughter to Italy, he had the primary custody at that time.
That was the agreement, and also he was to allow visitation as per the agreement he reached in family court, yes.
And he was a dual citizen of
I
this
know
country.
he claims to be a dual
Let me ask
citizen.
a question, sorry. He was a dual citizen of this country and Italy, is that true?
I know he claims to be a dual citizen. I cannot ascertain the truth of that statement.
And your niece became an Italian citizen while she was in Italy.
I know he claims she became an Italian citizen. I cannot ascertain the truth of that statement.
Okay. And
I mean, she's very on the money with what she's saying. She's like, that's what he claimed, and I can't look at her. I can't ascertain the truth of that statement. She hates this guy.
You talked about having a bodyguard or someone to drive you around while you were in Italy and then back here. Brad Post was paying for that, wasn't he?
I don't know who paid. I didn't see an invoice.
So when Christina went to Italy in mid-April for the final hearing, she went alone that time, as you testified, correct?
I didn't go with her. That's correct. I understand she went alone.
And she returned to this country with Aida, right?
She returned with my niece April 22nd is when they landed in Greenville.
And you met her at the airport?
Yes, I did.
The guardian ad litem was there?
Yes, she was.
Brad Post was there?
Yes, he was.
Who else was there?
Representative from Lindsey Graham's office was there. Friends of the family were there. My parents, people, my sister's neighbor from the duplex where she used to live, and her children were there.
And Brad Post was there?
As I said earlier, yes, he was there.
And he proposed to her at the airport, didn't he?
That was a choice that he made, yes.
Then there's a welcome party later that night too, same day?
No, sir. Everybody was at the airport with flowers, with balloons, with signs. My sister and my niece got packed into my car. I took them to the apartment. I picked up Indian takeout food, and we ate Indian takeout food at my home that night.
Okay, so the welcome party was what happened at the airport.
Yes.
And so just to be clear then, Aida was out of the home and gone between October the 5th of 2020 and then mid-April of 2021, correct?
My understanding is October 4th, but again, since I was not there when they left the flight, I would have to check documents.
Okay, now you all moved into the Cambridge house on May the 14th of 2021, right?
That's correct. That's when the movers came on Friday the 14th.
Okay, and you testified today something that contradicts what you told Investigator Sparkman in your interview about where everyone stayed in the house.
I was in the tan room, the master room, in the back with the bay window, right over the nook. My sister was across the hall in the yellow bedroom. My niece's bedroom was the hot pink bedroom just down the hall.
Okay, but you told Investigator Sparkman that room had been turned into a playroom and that your niece
No, the
stayed.
purple bedroom was going to be the designated playroom.
So do you not remember telling Investigator Sparkman that your niece slept in the bed in the same room with Christina?
No, I'm not saying she didn't. I'm saying there were times that she would sleep there. She would sleep on the couch. She might sleep in her bed. And my understanding is she co-slept with her father as well.
And you told Investigator Sparkman, though, that she didn't have a room, that the room that was supposed to be for her was turned into a playroom and that she stayed with Christina.
I don't believe I said that she didn't have a room. It clearly had her toys in it, had her clothes in it, had her bed in it. Now, again, I had just discovered that my sister was dead in my house and I was homeless, so it's entirely possible I misspoke, and for that, I apologize.
That was several days later. It wasn't the same day.
And again, I'm sorry if I misspoke.
Okay. Now, Brad Post would come by the house every day, would he not?
I can't say it was every day, depending on the mercurial relationship. Sometimes they were in a better spot. So there would be times where he wouldn't come over at all. There would be times where he would come over and have dinner.
Okay. But while they were dating and not broken up, as you told Investigator Sparkman, Brad Post would come over every day. Isn't that true?
Bless you. Again, not a matter of broken up. If they were in a good patch or a bad patch, as anybody is having a good patch or a bad patch, there would be times he'd be there every day, yes, for dinner or what have you. There'd be times where he wasn't.
Now, you mentioned Aida wasn't allowed to play outside
No, I said we wouldn't let her play outside by herself.
by herself. So, and you mentioned that she had friends in the neighborhood. So would friends come over and play inside with her in the
Well, no,
house?
she would play outside with friends. We would do our best to, again, keep an eye out on her, on the friends, as any adult would do to make sure the children are going to be safe, especially with the creek nearby. So she would play in the house, outside the house.
Okay. And her friends would play outside with her and play inside with her?
Yes.
Now, I have to ask you just a few questions about the packages that you received, that you were asked about by the solicitor. You mentioned the pictures that were in the packages, but in addition to the pictures, there were some website postings that were included, were there not?
I wasn't shown any by the solicitor.
Do you remember when you looked at the packages, though, do you remember seeing the website from the escort service?
I saw that there was something textual. I didn't lend credence to it.
And again, I hate to have to ask you about this, but were you aware of that part of your sister's past?
I was aware the allegations had been made in family court, just like there had been allegations made I was going to try and kidnap my niece. So I didn't lend credence to them.
Are you aware that she gave a deposition in which she did give credence to those allegations?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
So after the death of your sister, Christina, where was Aida?
I'm sorry, could you clarify the question?
After your sister died, where was your niece?
I would also ask you to rephrase that question to be accurate.
Okay, who did your niece live with?
So after my sister was murdered, what is the question for that?
Where did your niece live?
The guardian ad litem, after my sister was murdered, got an ex parte emergency placement with me. My niece and I stayed with friends, and that's where we went.
All right, and then what happened with Aida on October the 19th of 2021?
She was put into foster care.
Okay, and what time of day was it?
It was at night.
Okay, and police came and got her?
Yes,
About what time at night?
it was probably 10:30 at night.
Okay. How long were the police at the house on that day?
I don't know, maybe an hour, less.
And she was taken into emergency protective custody at that time?
Yes.
Oh shit. Why?
And who got custody of Aida?
Would you clarify the question, please?
Where does Aida live now?
Oh, I've reached an agreement with Mr. Mello right now.
Okay, so you gave up custody to allow,
I never had custody, but
you dropped your petition to try to get custody.
I did not drop a petition. I reached an agreement with Mr. Mello,
Okay,
and he has custody.
okay, you never had custody of Aida.
I had ex parte custody briefly.
Okay, and then after Aida was taken out of the home, shortly thereafter, she went to live with John Mello, and she still lives with John Mello. Right?
She was not with John Mello for the first almost year and a half after her mother's death, almost 2 years. She was in foster care, and then she was in third-party placement. He did not receive custody of her until August of 2023.
Okay, and she remains with him.
Whoa. Why in the world is she taken into foster care at 10:30 at night when she's given ex parte custody to her? I don't. Okay, that's interesting. And then she stays in foster care for a year and a half?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
And John Mello was exonerated of the charges of taking Aida to Italy. Is that right?
I believe what you're looking for is a directed verdict of not guilty, not actually exonerated by a jury. Yes.
So a judge threw it out, basically.
A judge said South Carolina state law says a non-custodial parent has no rights to their child. Yes, that is correct.
So a judge threw it out. 1 moment.
Oh, damn. Oh, she is. Look, she is pissed. Janet agrees with Sleuthy. This lady's sus. There's a lot of people who said that they did not like her. There's a lot of people who really liked her.
That's all the questions we have right now. Thank you.
Just briefly, Your Honor. After the murder of your sister, where did your niece go?
Are you talking short-term or long-term?
Both.
Again, she was ex parte emergency placed in my care. She was removed from my care and put in foster care for 2 months. After that, she was placed with Allison and Lamar Sutherland from December of 2021 until December of 2022, where she was in place with her half-sister, Isabella Mello, John Mello's eldest child. She was there until August of 2023. And then in August of 2023, when I reached an agreement with Mr. Mello, where I had visitation and my niece was returned to his custody.
And have you seen your niece?
I've not seen my niece since August of 2024.
Why?
And do you have rights to see her?
I do.
And have those been complied with?
We currently have active family court action.
So you and John Mello are now in a family court action over the custody or access to your niece.
There is a new action, and the agreement that we reached is currently being appealed in South Carolina State Court of Appeals.
No further questions.
Any recross? No recross, Your Honor. We would just ask that the witness remain on speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Wow.
I see counsel.
Okay. So this custody battle is Christina's dead, and there's still a contentious custody battle over this child who's now 13, 14 years old. I've not seen anything or heard anything outside of just speculation. And maybe, like I said, if you guys have something, let me know that shows that she was involved in any of the stuff that Brad Post and Christina Parcel are accused of. I don't know. So, I mean, she just seems like she's pissed. I think that she's the numbers thing. I think that she's neurotic. I think that that's like how her brain works. This has been her life now for 4 years. And I think that's just, I don't know. That's just how I interpret what she's saying about like being so specific about the dates. Well, I think most people think she's sus because she's so involved in every step of what her sister's doing in this custody battle, and then acts like she doesn't know what her sister was involved in when it comes to her own daughter in the CSAM and the neighbor's daughter. I don't know. She very well could be a part of something that I'm unaware of. Yeah, I mean, she was talking about like going through all of her sister's paperworks and all of those things. Like she was, it's almost like she kind of reminds me of like Scott Peterson's sister-in-law. Like they just kind of live it. Like it's what they, I don't know. That's what she reminds me of. Let me see. And it was her. I might get what you're saying. I don't know. She just seems very neurotic to me. The daughter said something about her aunt taking a picture of her coming out of the shower. Right. So that's part of it. But you got a toxic dad in this situation too. I'm not sure that maybe she wouldn't have been better off staying with somebody else at this point. Because the dad has his own toxic behavior. Even if it's not CSAM, it's not healthy for her. And I don't know enough about the custody battle to know whether the dad is trying to put anything in the daughter's mind about getting away from his ex's, her mom's family as well. I mean, there's something to be said about the fact that while she was with John Mello, she totally disconnects from her family and writes them a letter and says, "Hey, I no longer want anything to do with you." So there's John Mello's just toxic too. I don't know if what he's doing or saying to his kid. I don't know. I don't have any answers for that. I don't have any answers for that. There's currently at minimum 2 pending lawsuits from the neighbors who there was photos of their daughter found, and the guardian, she said that, how she was saying that her niece stayed with the Sutherlands. The Sutherlands filed on behalf of Christina's daughter. So they're suing the estate of Christina, and they're also suing Bradley Post. See, that's where I'm at. If he knew about that, but then apparently there's something about the SA that he supposedly went to the cops, and then they said no. I just don't know enough of the information to say how much this lady, this sister Tina, is involved in any of it. That's where I'm at. I don't know how. I have no doubt that there's definitely some really bad shit with Brad Post and even the victim Christina, which is tough because you don't want to think that about a mom, and you don't want to think that about the victim of stabbed 31 times. He didn't report the CSAM. No, he claimed SA. Yeah, I don't like any of this or any of these folks. Legally, he's like, I don't like any of these people. But the thing is I don't know if the sister knew or had anything to do with anything. That's where I'm at with the sister. Okay, they're sidebarring. I mean, she's definitely living with that chip on her shoulder, but her sister was killed in her home. I don't know. And then, I mean, her entire belief of her sister being a good person kind of blows up in her face when they find all these photos, and now there's lawsuits, and you can be a victim and you can be trash. Absolutely. I'm just talking more about the sister at that point. All right, I think they took lunch. Oh, the guy in the red suit. I remember seeing him yesterday when we were looking through the day. I find the victim's taste in men very strange. Agreed. Yes. Yes, there's claims that the victim was also selling her body for money. There's a lot of claims against her.
Please stop against the bench. Right behind you. Please place your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I agree with you, Sleuthy. That was weird to me, and now I don't know why they did that.
Please state your name for the record.
Michael Manigault?
Whoa.
Mr. Manigault, you reside in Greenville County?
Yes, sir.
And where do you live?
Dove Street.
And what do you do for a living?
Currently, I'm a photographer
And how long have you been doing that?
since I was 6 years old.
Back in 2020, 2021.
Yes, Rexy.
Were you working for John Millo?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do for John Millo?
I was helping clean his house while he was out of town.
And how long did you do that?
On and off for several months.
And what about October of 2020?
I think I'm at normal pace, am I not? Let me see. Oh no, I'm at 1.25. We'll go to normal for him. He's pretty fast. I was only at 1.25.
Through how long? And what in 2021? Were you working for John Millo?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do for John Millo?
I was helping clean his house while he was out of town.
Okay. And how long did you do that?
So he worked for John Mello and helped clean his house when he was out of town. Does he have hearing aids or something going on? I don't know. He kind of sounds like he might too. I don't know. I can't tell.
On and off for several months.
And what about October of 2020 through 2021? Was John Millo living in the United States during that time?
I believe so, but I'm not quite sure because I didn't keep up with all his traffic movements because I was at the time working 2 jobs and I had to keep track of everything going on at once.
Well, how did y'all
Yeah, so he says he doesn't know when John was in or out of town. He was working multiple jobs at the time and wasn't tracking John Mello's movements. I'm just kind of trying to interpret what he's saying.
communicate?
Text messages or video chats.
All right. And so he would text you and ask you to do things?
I was saying work when I was telling yes, sir.
Okay. And what kind of things would he ask you to do?
Guard work, cleaning up. She was moving back to Italy. He was helping me clean his house up so he could get ready for sale.
And what about, and how would he pay you?
Cash.
And where was this location?
It was on Blake Street.
Now, back in 2020, 2021.
He's cleaning John Mello's house, and they communicated through text messages and video chats, and he's helping clean up the house in 2021 while Mello is in Italy in order for Mello to sell the home. And he would do yard work and things like that.
Did you meet Zach Hughes?
I met him while John was in Italy, and I did a little work around the house with Zach. That's about all.
Okay, Zach Hughes is the defendant. He's saying he did meet Zach Hughes at Mello's house, and that Zach had come over and he helped with some of the stuff around the house, and he paid him in cash. Yes.
What I did with him.
So how did you meet Zach?
Through John.
Through John, and then did you and Zach work together?
On and off throughout a couple of days, yes, sir.
And where would y'all work together at?
At the house.
At the Blake Street house?
Yes, sir.
And how long did you do that with Zach?
About 2 weeks till everything was done. We were doing mostly outside work, a little bit inside, cleaning up around the house on the inside.
And then after October 13th, 2021, did you ever talk with investigators?
I was pulled over. I will get off the bus. I was stopped by 2 investigators
at the vape store on Lawrence Road, taken back to the county. That when I was there, questioned if I had any involvement in the crime that I did not know I committed at the time.
Okay, so he was stopped when he got off the bus by investigators who took him down to the station and asked him if he had any involvement in the crime that he didn't even know had happened at the time.
And was that Detective Sparkman and Master Deputy Wolf? Do you recognize
Yes,
them?
sir.
And what did you tell them?
I had no idea what was the crime was committed. I willingly gave them my phone to go through it so they could track everything. I gave them all the access codes, everything. So I had
You
no.
voluntarily handed over your phone?
Yes, sir.
And what about, did you voluntarily give them your DNA? Did they swab your mouth?
I don't recall.
And did they ask you about any other associates that John Mello may have?
No, sir. Not from my recollection.
Well, did you not tell them about Zach Hughes?
I knew Zach Hughes, but that's to the point where I only knew Zach Hughes because of John Mello. I didn't know him before that or during the fact, after the fact.
But did you tell these investigators?
That I worked with Zach Hughes, yes, sir.
You told them, the investigators, that you worked with Zach Hughes?
Briefly, not for a long period of time.
Did you tell them that you knew Zach Hughes through John Mello?
I would object to leading.
What did you tell them about
I only knew Zach
John Mello and
Hughes.
Zach Hughes?
I only know John Mello. I knew John Mello for years. I knew Zach Hughes for a brief period of time. This whole situation, I had no idea about the murder, none of that stuff.
Absolutely. But did you tell investigators?
I only knew Mello. I only knew Zach Hughes through John Mello briefly. After we stopped working together, that's the last time I talked to him.
Thank you, Mr. Nagle.
I think he's got some speech issues. I don't think he's underboard. I think he's above board. I just think that he was just a guy that was being used to help clean up the house. And they put him on the stand so that they could tie Zach Hughes to John Mello for sure.
Just to make sure I understand this, you knew Zach for just a total of about 2 weeks, is that right?
Yes, sir. He's a good man, in my opinion. I know that's off record.
That's off record. He said, you only knew Zach Hughes for a couple of weeks. And he said, yeah, he's a good man in my opinion, but that's off record. Oh, this guy, I just want to give him a hug. He's struggling. Yeah, he said Zach. Here, I'll rewind it. Yeah, he says Zach. Aw.
Just to make sure I understand this, you knew Zach for just a total of about 2 weeks, is that right?
Yes, sir. He's a good man, in my opinion. I know that's off record.
That's all. Thank you.
The defense attorney's like, okay, thank you. I don't have anything else. You are on the record, my dude. You are on the record. Oh, I just want to give him a hug. He's like, that's off the record. Don't be telling anybody that I just said that I think Zach Hughes is a good dude. The fucking defense attorney's like, thank you, I think. Yeah, he's such a sweet. Hi, Elizabeth. Yeah, I think he's just a sweet guy. We need a day 2 vote. I have feelings.
Thank you.
He's the best witness. I'm glad that we watched day 2 today when he's wearing his red and pink. Yeah, just between you and I actually think Zach Hughes is a good dude.
You're on the state calls Master Deputy Blake Wolf.
And now when he speaks into the mic, it's like really loud. I bet he did. I bet he made that full
Do you
courtroom.
solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
It was big.
Please state your name for the record.
Blake Wolf.
This guy knows how to testify. He's loud.
All right, Master Deputy Wolf, who do you work for?
The Greenville County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been working with them?
I began working with the Greenville County Sheriff's Office in 2019. Before that, I was employed by the Greenville County Department of Public Safety for 7 years.
I want to pull his ears.
And what do you currently do for the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
I'm a master deputy assigned to Bravo Platoon.
Were you ever in homicide?
Yes, sir.
How long were you in homicide?
A little over 3 years.
Did you get involved in this case back in October 13th of 2021?
Yes, sir, I did.
Tell us, Jerry, how you got involved in this case.
I was asked to co-lead this case with Investigator Sparkman on October 15th. When Miss Parcell was murdered, I was involved in another case. We concluded that case on the 14th, and then I was asked to assist with this case on the 15th.
So on the 15th, did you head out to the scene?
No, sir.
What did you do on the 15th?
So the first thing I was asked to do is a Google geofence search warrant for the location where Miss Parcell was murdered.
And what is a Google geofence?
So if you have any Google apps on your cell phone and allow them to store your location data, we can find out, we can get access to that data through Google. So when we have a location where a murder occurred, we can send them a search warrant for that location, a specific radius around that location for a time frame. And if any devices were in that radius, they will let us know. But that only applies to people who allow them to track their location data.
And did you recover anything of significance from those efforts?
No, sir.
So what else did you start doing involved in this case?
On October 19th and the 20th, I went back out to the Canebrake neighborhood and continued canvassing the area for potential witnesses or additional security footage.
So we heard Master Deputy Stokes talk about canvassing this neighborhood. Were you doing sort of the same thing?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all do it 2 separate times?
Yes, sir.
Why is that?
People are at home. People come and go. You know, her murder happened earlier in the day. People could have been at work. So we go at, usually more than once at different times just to try to catch people when they're at home.
And in doing so, did you talk with Donna Gorman?
Yes, sir, I did.
About when did you talk with her?
I love Master Deputies like, people, they come and go. And so sometimes they're at work when it's earlier in the day. No shit, Sherlock.
That'd be the afternoon of October 20th.
And at that time, had y'all obtained Ring cameras and video footage related to this case?
Yes, sir, we had.
And did you show her a copy of the individual that was on a bike at that time?
No, I did not.
Did anybody else speak with Donna Gorman?
Investigator Riley Stokes.
Do you know when he spoke with her?
The day of Miss Parcell's murder.
All right. About when did you obtain video footage of a suspect leaving on a bicycle?
October 14th, I believe.
All right. So after you continued to canvass the neighborhood, what did you do?
I made contact with Miss Gorman and spoke with her.
And then after that, what did you do?
After that, it was on October 22nd that myself and Investigator Sparkman learned that Michael Manigault is somebody that was familiar with John Mello, and it was suggested that we speak with him.
Did you, in fact, try to go and locate Michael Manigault?
Yes, sir.
And where did you locate him?
So we were told that he rides the Greenlink buses. So we went around to some of their bus stops and we located him getting off a bus on Lawrence Road.
And did you speak with him?
Yes, sir, we did.
Was that the gentleman who just testified?
Yes, sir, it was.
And did you have the occasion to obtain a DNA sample from him?
Yes, sir. He gave consent.
And where did you take that sample?
It was in the CID interview room in the homicide office.
Did y'all carry him down there, or did he meet y'all there?
No, he doesn't have a vehicle, so he rode in Investigator Sparkman's SUV.
And down there, did you take a buccal swab sample?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 111. Ask if you recognize that.
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
This is the packaging for the buccal swab that I collected from Mr. Manigault.
All right. And, you like to open it?
Yes.
See what's inside of it. And inside State's Exhibit 11.
Yes, sir. This is the buccal swab I collected from Mr. Manigault, 2 of them.
Now, what did you do with those buccal swabs?
I placed them into our property and evidence room.
Now, after you spoke with Mr. Manigault, what did you do?
I began researching Zachary Hughes.
And so how would you go about doing that?
So I started, I just did a basic Google search of Zachary Hughes, Greenville, South Carolina.
And what did you find?
I found,
May we approach?
Sure.
Cool Whip. I hope everything's okay with your pup. It's just a normal visit. In all seriousness, I'm very jealous of this guy's ears. I mean, they're just really big. He could probably hear very, very well. You guys all know I have tiny ears, and I use it as an excuse of why I can't hear shit.
yes, sir.
So, Master Deputy Wolf, in trying to locate Zachary David Hughes, what did you do?
So I began by just doing a basic Google search of something along the lines of Zachary Hughes, Greenville, South Carolina. The first thing I noticed is there were several articles online about him being a pianist, being famous for being able to play music by memory.
And then once you had that information, what did you do?
So then I logged into my South Carolina DMV online account, and I obtained a picture of Mr. Hughes's driver's license, his DMV photo. I showed that photo to Mr. Manigault just to confirm that I was looking at the same Zachary Hughes that he was referring to.
Was it confirmed?
Yes, sir.
So once you've confirmed the person that you're looking into, what did you do next?
Well, I continued to look at his DMV online account. And one thing that I found was important is the address on his driver's license was 200 Tyndall Avenue. 200 Tyndall Avenue is located within the city limits of Greenville. A few months prior to Ms. Parcells' murder, the Greenville Police Department had installed traffic cameras around the city. So since he lived in the city, I believed if he had a vehicle, there would be some photos on these traffic cameras of his vehicle. So also using my South Carolina DMV online account, I found that he had a gold 1999 Ford Ranger registered to his name. So the city uses a traffic camera system. Some people call them license plate readers, LPRs for short, called flock. When you pass a flock camera, it takes a picture of your license plate in the back right side of your vehicle, and then it goes into a database that's searchable. So once I had Mr. Hughes's license plate from the DMV, I entered it into the flock system. At that time, flock had a retention period of 90 days, and I found 55 images of Mr. Hughes's vehicle.
Now explain this, Jerry. So how many flock cameras are there around Greenville County?
At that time, they were just in the city. I would say maybe 10 to 15.
Okay, So we only had 10 to 15 cameras in the city limits.
Yes, the county had not yet employed any flock cameras.
And now you say you have access to this flock camera system. Is this a nationwide system or a local system?
Yes, so Flock is a national company. They sell these traffic cameras to law enforcement agencies across the country.
All right, so after you searched a car registered to Zach Hughes, what'd you find?
So I found the 55 images of his vehicle during that 90-day retention period. I found 2 images the day of Miss Parcells' murder.
Oh.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 114 and 115. I'll ask you if you recognize those.
Yes, sir. These are the Flock pictures of Mr. Hughes' vehicle on October 13th, 21.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibits 114 and 115 into evidence.
No objection.
114 and 115.
Yes, sir. All right, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 114. Can you tell the jury what's in this photo and the time and date?
Yes, sir. This is a photo of Mr. Hughes's 1999 Ford Ranger. It was captured at 2:31 p.m. on October 13th at the Bunkman-Rutherford intersection. And then you can see a black bicycle in the bed of his truck.
There's the bike.
So that was at 2:31 in the afternoon.
Yes, sir.
Why was this significant?
Because we have the video of a suspect leaving the crime scene on a black bike.
I'm going to show you what's State's Exhibit 102. Was this what you were trying to compare it to?
Yes, sir.
And what was your conclusion?
Oh, damn.
My conclusion is that there's a lot of similarities between the bike in the photo you were holding up and the bike in the bed of Mr. Hughes' truck.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 115. What is that?
That is another flock camera of Mr. Hughes' vehicle at night. Lauren's in East Washington, 7:30 on the same day.
But you can't really see anything.
No, sir.
They got the bike. Now, then is it the same bike? I mean, there's people who ride around with bikes in their trucks. It's not, I mean, completely uncommon, but if that looks very similar to me. And I was thinking this guy on the bike, like, what is his, what, you know, how are they proving he has anything to do with anything? Yeah, I think Mr. Hughes really just got flocked. For sure. I think the jury's like, what are we still doing here now?
So as a result of that, what did you do?
So after learning this information, I acquired search warrants for 200 Tyndall Avenue, Mr. Hughes' truck, his DNA, and his cell phone.
Now, did you, after talking with Mr. Manigault and your independent research, did you learn where John Mello lived or had a house at the time?
Yes, sir.
And where is that?
So he has a house here in Greenville in 12 Blake Street.
And did you also look into the location of Mr. Mello at this particular time?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to confirm where he wasn't?
Yes. We obviously had to consider him as a potential suspect. We were told at the beginning he was potentially in Italy, so we had to confirm that.
Were you able to confirm that?
Yes, sir.
So you went and got a search warrant for 200 Tyndall.
Yes, sir.
Did y'all go out to 200 Tyndall?
Yes, sir, we did.
And Did you execute a search warrant on that house?
Yes, sir, we did.
All right. Tell this jury how that occurred.
So we started by meeting at a predetermined location a few miles from the address. And we had a deputy in a unmarked vehicle drive by the house to make sure Mr. Hughes was going to be there. Mr. Hughes was actually leaving the driveway at that time. So we waited at our predetermined location until he returned. Once he returned, we went to the house to execute the search warrant.
And did you learn who, now, did the defendant own this house?
No, sir.
Did you discover or learn who the owners of this house were?
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
Jeanette and Marshall Lynn.
So how many individuals arrived on which day was this?
This would have been October 22nd.
So October 22nd.
Yes, sir.
So about 9 days after the murder.
Yes, sir.
So tell us what happened when y'all arrived.
So when we arrived, we sent deputies to the front of the house and then to the back of the house. Their driveway is located behind the house. You have to go down a side street to get to it. And I was one of the deputies that went to the back of the house. I parked directly behind Mr. Hughes's Ford Ranger. When we exited our vehicles, he was standing inside the house right in front of a double French door. When I first observed him, he already had his hands up. So.
And
Wait, so he sees the cops coming and he puts his hands up immediately? Well, I mean, maybe he's got a bad experience with cops. And so he's like, I don't have any weapons, like, just don't hurt me. But that's interesting.
did he have a cell phone?
Yes, sir, he did.
Where was the cell phone?
It was in his hand.
And did you approach him or did he come out?
No, we called him out to us. Yes, sir.
And what did he do when you called him out?
He complied.
And what did he do with the cell phone?
He put it down on the table he was standing beside, just almost directly inside the French doors.
Did you secure that cell phone?
Yes, sir.
How did you do that?
It was collected by another deputy and then transported to be downloaded.
And where did they take that cell phone from?
The kitchen table. Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 112. So you recognize this?
Yes, sir. This is the cell phone that we collected that belonged to Mr. Hughes.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 112 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
X, 1, 1, 2, come to there.
So I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 116, 117, and 118. Ask if you recognize this.
Yes, sir. These are photos of 200 Tyndall Avenue.
Your Honor, State moves 116, 117, 118 into evidence.
No objection.
116, 117, and 118, United States.
So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 117. What is that?
That is the front door if you're on Tyndall Avenue and you're facing the front of their house.
And was that where Zach Hughes was standing?
No, sir.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 116. What about that?
That is the back side of their residence that leads to the area where we were parked.
And where was Mr. Hughes standing when you?
You can kind of see the the French doors through the bushes there, but he was standing there. Yes, sir.
All right, so did y'all effectuate the search warrant?
Yes, sir.
And did you, so what, at this point, what is important to your investigation?
So at this point, we knew Miss Parcell was killed with a sharp force object. So we're looking for any type of knife, screwdriver, anything of those means, clothing, book bag, a bicycle, things like that.
And did y'all search the house looking for those items?
Yes, sir, we did.
What about who was there, or who was living there during the time of the murder?
Mr. Hughes was living at the residence. I assume the Winds.
Were they there on October 13th?
No.
How do you know that?
When we were able to access Mr. Hughes' cell phone, he was receiving pictures from the Winds while they were in Europe.
And did you talk to the Winds when y'all were executing the search warrant?
Investigator Sparkman and I did, yes.
Were they compliant?
Yes, sir.
In terms of looking for a bike, did y'all locate one?
Yes, sir, we did.
I'm going to show you what's marked as state's exhibits 119 through 125. I'm going to ask you to look at state's exhibits 119 through 125 and ask you if you recognize those.
Yes, sir, I recognize these photos.
I apologize. I'm going to have to backtrack 2 seconds. Forgot one of my exhibits. But I'm going to show you what's been marked as state's exhibit. I need a number. I'm going to show you state's exhibit 132. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
So that is a photo of Mr. Hughes' vehicle with the bike in the bed of the truck on the day of Miss Parcell's murder. And then that is just a Google image of the Buncombe and Rutherford area where the camera is placed.
State moves 132 into evidence. No objection.
32 comes to that.
Now back to 210. Did y'all focus on the garage at some point?
Yes, sir, we did.
I'm going to show you state's exhibit 119. Is that the garage?
Yes, sir.
You got right on it. Are these in evidence? I'm not sure.
Oh.
He was getting ready to.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I got sidetracked. All right.
So 119 through 125.
119 through 125.
Defense position.
No objection.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. We like a clean record.
I understand. Thank you. A lot of exhibits, it gets confusing.
Ton.
All right. I'll show you state's exhibit 119. And you said that's the garage?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all enter inside the garage?
Yes, sir, we did.
All right. I'm going to show you state's exhibit 120. And what'd you find inside?
We found several bicycles inside the garage.
okay, were some bikes, well, explain the different bikes that you found inside.
So there's some bikes, as you can see to the upper left of this vehicle that's, mounted on the wall. Several on the ground as well near that vehicle that were just dirty, dusty, look like they've just been sitting in a garage for a long period of time and are not used regularly. And then to the right of that vehicle, you can see there's a bike sitting upside down on its handlebars and seat. That's a black bike that was very similar to the other two images we had. And it was pristine condition, perfectly clean.
All right, so I'm gonna show you State's Exhibits 121. What are the bikes on the left there, or in this little?
Those are just some of the other bikes, the dirtier bikes that we found in their garage.
Did those bikes look like they had been ridden?
No, sir. Some of them had cobwebs on them.
All right, and I'm gonna show you State's Exhibit 123.
Yes, sir. That is the black bike that I mentioned earlier that was sitting upside down and was just very, very clean.
When you say very, very clean, what do you mean?
So compared to everything else in this garage, it's just a dirty, dusty garage. Things sit there and collect dust and dirt. And this bike looked like it just rolled off the showroom floor.
I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 133. You recognize this?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is this?
This is the bike that was seized from the garage at 200 Tyndall.
State Amendment 133 into evidence. No objection.
Objection, 133, comes in.
Now, did you do any comparison with this bike and the other photos?
Yes, sir.
And what did you conclude?
There's a lot of similarities, such as the frame of the bike, the shape of the handlebars, the placement of the brakes.
And you compared it to the photos from the Ring cameras?
Yes, sir.
So once y'all concluded the search of 200 Tyndall, what did you do next?
The Ford Ranger was taken back to the crime scene unit's office, so I responded there while a forensic technician processed the vehicle.
And then once you concluded that search warrant, were you able to locate another location that may be important in this case?
Yes, sir.
Tell us, jury, about that.
Through phone location, we located a residence on Indian Flats Trail in Marietta that was also owned by Jeanette Wynn.
And did y'all, in fact, go up to Indian Flats Trail?
Yes, sir, we did.
All right. And did y'all get a search warrant for that?
Yes, sir.
And when did you get that search warrant?
It was in April of 2023.
Why did it take so long?
The location data from his cell phone, we did not have his password, so the initial downloads were only partials.
So when you obtained information that Zach Hughes might have been at that location, you obtained a search warrant?
Yes, sir.
So where is Indian Flats?
It's in the northern area of Greenville County.
And so how long do you think drive-wise would it take to get there?
About an hour.
So when did you go up there to serve a search warrant?
It was in April of 23, I believe April 14th, but I could be wrong on that date.
And who went with you?
Most of the homicide unit.
Most of the homicide unit?
Yes, sir.
And what were you looking for?
So at this point, we still had not recovered a murder weapon or clothing that Mr. Hughes or the suspect was wearing at the time of the murder.
These are not, I don't have numbers on these. All right, Master Deputy Wolf, I'm gonna show you 130, States Exhibits 134 through 139. Ask if you recognize those.
Yes, sir, I do. These are photos of the Windsor residence on Indian Flat Trail.
Your state moves 134 through 139 in.
No objection.
All right, I'm gonna show you States Exhibit 134. What is that?
That is the front of their residence there. And then on the tree on the right side, you can see a trail or deer camera.
Is that what you're referring to right there?
Yes, sir.
Now, as far as location or seclusion related to this house, how would you, where would you compare this house?
This is in the middle of the woods on a mountain. You could walk around naked and there's nobody to see you.
So there's no neighbors near you?
No,
Nobody?
nobody.
Now, did y'all walk all around this house and
Yes, sir.
look at different locations? I'm gonna show you States Exhibit 137. What is that?
That's a fire pit or burn pit there on their property.
I guess what you can do there is burn things.
Yes, sir.
And then I'm gonna show you States Exhibit 139.
That is just one of their closets that was full of cleaning materials.
Now, did y'all search the entire house
Yes, sir, we did.
and the surrounding areas?
Yes, sir.
How deep did y'all go into the woods?
Pretty good bit.
Did y'all ever locate anything?
No, sir.
What about that trail camera?
That was seized under the search warrant, and then I obtained another search warrant for the SD card contained within it.
So what is a trail camera? Do you know?
Yes, sir. Most people just use them to take pictures of animals. Some people that hunt put them up in the woods to see, what's in that area. Most of them are motion activated.
Did you seize that trail camera?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do with it after you seized it?
I took it back to our office.
And were you able to look at any photos on the trail camera?
Yes, sir.
How do you do that?
So the camera contained an SD card. I got a separate search warrant to remove the photos or search the SD card. After that, you just plug that SD card into any SD card reader and all the pictures are there.
And were you able to locate any photos on this trail camera?
Yes, sir, I was.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 140. Ask if you recognize it.
Yes, sir. This is the trail camera we seized from that tree on Indian Flats Trail in Marietta.
State moves Exhibit 140.
No objection.
No objection. And you were able to locate some photos on that trail camera?
Yes, sir.
All right. What were those photos of?
Zachary Hughes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 141 through 145. Ask if you recognize those.
Yes, sir. These are photos of Mr. Hughes that were recovered from that trail camera.
State moves 141 through 145.
No objection.
No objection. 145. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 145. What is that?
That's a photo of Mr. Hughes.
All right, what is it?
Okay, did they tell us the date that from this camera yet, or no? I may have missed it. I had to run to the other room. So there's Zach Hughes out on the trail. Is he gonna like have a murder weapon in his hand?
The date of that?
Yeah, okay.
October 11th,
Oh,
About what time?
2 days
a
before.
little after 10 a.m.
Was that 2 days before the murder?
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything significant on here?
Yes, sir. The hoodie or jacket that he is wearing is significant.
Why is that?
So you can see the outside is black. We have the individual on the bicycle riding away on a black hoodie, but you can also tell the top being folded out. The inside is a grayish color. The person who entered her house was wearing a gray jacket.
Oh, no way. Is it a reversible jacket? I was thinking, okay, the guy on the bike's wearing a black sweatshirt. This guy's wearing a black sweatshirt. Seriously, that's not enough. Is it a reversible jacket? Oh, shit. I thought he changed clothes. Tell me they find this fucking jacket.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 105. Is this the photo that you're referring to?
Yes, sir, it is.
And is this what is this photo?
It's a photo of a person entering her house shortly before she was killed.
And what color is the sweatshirt?
Gray.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 141. What kind of haircut does Mr. Hughes have at that time?
I don't know what you would call it. It's shaved on the side with looks like a long ponytail in the back.
And what arm, what left or right arm is he carrying something?
Left.
And then States Exhibits 142. Is that
Another picture of Mr. Hughes.
and again, this is on what date?
The same day, October 11th.
And then finally, States Exhibit 144.
It's a zoomed in picture of Mr. Hughes on the same day.
So that would be what Mr. Hughes looked like on October 11th of 2021.
Yes, sir.
Just a couple more questions, Master Deputy. Approximately how far from that mountain house to the canebrake location would it take to drive?
I believe a little over an hour.
So how many flock photos did you locate of Zach Hughes's car when you did the search?
55.
Right. And of all those photos, how many did you find his car with a bike in the back?
Just one.
And what date was that?
October 13th of 2021.
Thank you. Answer any questions the defense counsel may have.
Yes, sir.
Deputy Wolf, you testified that one of the reasons why you thought that the other bikes in the Wynn garage had not been ridden was you saw cobwebs on them, right?
Yes, sir.
I don't see any cobwebs on this bike. Have you been riding this bike?
No.
Did you ride this bike over from the P&E?
No, sir.
Okay. You talked about cleaning supplies. Do you live in a house or an apartment?
A house.
Do you have cleaning supplies in your house?
Yes, sir.
Do you have them in a closet?
In the closet under sinks.
You talked about, based on your investigation, you realized that John Mello was in Italy. Isn't it true he was in Italy and with Aida from October of 2020 until April of 2021? Isn't that true?
And to the best of my knowledge, yes, sir.
You said a word, I want to make sure I understand. You said that you could be at the Wynn Mountain House and you could be what and nobody could see you?
You could walk around there.
Okay. Talked about, can I see your holes? Let me show you States Exhibit 144. Take a look at this.
Yes, sir.
Deputy Wolf, isn't it true in 144, that picture shows a person who's clean shaven?
It's hard to tell. There's a bit of a shadow on the neck.
Can you see a beard on that man?
No.
Okay.
when you went to 200 Tyndall to execute that search warrant, did you go by yourself?
No, sir.
Okay. There were numerous police officers on scene, isn't that right?
Yes.
And some of those police officers were armed, is that right?
They're police officers. Everyone's armed.
Right. And you talked about how the winds complied that day, isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true, my client, Mr. Hughes, complied, didn't he, that day?
Yes, sir. He did.
So you testified in 2021, you were working in homicide, is that correct?
I was up there for a brief period of time to assist them. Yes, sir.
And you said you're back on the road now in Bravo platoon?
Yes, sir.
Are you a supervisor in Bravo platoon?
I'm a master deputy. I have several deputy twos that work under me. I supervise. Yes.
Okay. And is there a sergeant over that platoon as well? or
There is.
So how long, so I need to be clear, were you ever assigned to homicide?
Yes.
How long were you there?
3 years.
And now you're back on the road, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You heard, were you in this courtroom when Deputy Riley Stokes testified?
Yes, sir.
And you heard his testimony about the videos that were obtained from residences in Canebrake, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true, and I want to say it's 8:45 or 9 o'clock, something like that. Well, let me ask this. Do you recall when he said the first video was that was significant? The first time he saw any vehicle tracker in?
I remember him talking about that, but I don't remember the time frame of that video.
Isn't it true, though, that one second. I don't have anything else.
Okay, any redirect?
What was the date of that photo that he showed you regarding the beard that Mr. Mormon showed you?
October 11th of 2021.
2 days before the murder?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And, I just recross. You just testified on my cross-examination that you did not see a beard in that photo. Is that correct?
You can just see a shadow on his face. That's
But
it.
this is my question to you. Did you not just testify you couldn't see a beard in that?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so apparently he had a beard during the murders. Is that what the whole thing is? Or they're saying the person who did the murders had a beard and he did not?
State will recall Caitlin Ford.
Man, you're still on the road.
Ms. Ford, hello again.
Hello.
Going through your background for the jury, but were you still involved in this case at the time that the home on Tyndall was being processed by law enforcement?
Yes.
So when you were involved, were you doing essentially the same procedure, same duties as you were at the Canebrake home?
Yes.
And were you tasked of going through the Tyndall home and taking photographs of that home?
I was.
Were you able to identify the rooms of the house?
Yes.
Were you able to identify which room was the defendant's room?
Yes.
How?
The homeowner stated it, and he had personal belongings in that room that were observed as well.
If I showed you pictures that you took in that room, would you recognize them?
Yes.
Showing you what is State's Exhibits 126 through 131.
Yes, I took these photographs.
All right, this time the state would move into evidence, State's Exhibit 126 through 131.
No objection.
No objection, 126 to 131.
I'm just going to go through these with you up here. What is 126?
So this is a photograph of a shoebox that had been located inside of his bedroom that contained multiple knives and sheets.
127?
It's a photograph from his bedroom. There was a storage bin that had the name Zach on the top.
How is that spelled, Zach?
ZACK.
$129?
This photograph shows a backpack and a pair of gloves, along with other miscellaneous items in the bedroom.
Were you involved at all with the processing of the bicycle that was recovered at the Tyndall address?
Yes.
And how specifically were you involved in the processing of that bicycle?
Once the bicycle was located in the garage, I photographed it. I then sprayed the bicycle with Blue Star and took swabs of different areas of the bike before it was actually collected.
What is Blue Star?
Blue Star is a presumptive reagent, a chemical reaction that can show the presence of blood.
Are there any significant findings as a result of spraying the Blue Star?
The bike illuminated on the handles, the seat, and the pedals.
Okay. What did you do thereafter as far as processing the bike?
I then took swabs from those 3 separate areas that glowed.
Did you take swabs of the handlebars of the bike?
I did.
If I showed you those swabs, would you recognize them?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 98 and 99. Are those the swabs you used for the handlebars of the bike?
Yes.
Are those your initials on each?
Yes.
Is one for the left handlebar, one for the right?
Yes, 98 is from the right handlebar and 99 is from the left.
After you collected these swabs, what did you do with them?
They were submitted into evidence.
We don't know what it is. It's presumptive positive so far. So
Ms. Ford, were you involved at all with the collection of evidence as it relates to the defendant himself?
Yes.
How exactly?
I took photographs of him and I also collected his buccal swabs.
If I showed you the buccal swabs you took from the defendant, would you recognize them?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you guys these two pics real quick, and then you can, I don't know how you can even see, I don't know how you can even see a beard on the guy on the bike. It just doesn't make any sense to me, but I'll show you guys. So there's the trail cam from 10:11. This is the guy on the bike from 10:13. That's one of the photos anyway. I don't. You can't even tell. I couldn't tell that. I mean, are they trying to say like that's a beard underneath there? Let me grab one of the other photos too from the bike. You can't fucking see anything. Can you see anything? These are just, I mean, they'll have obviously better, view of these photos with the jury, but for me, I'm like, I just don't see it. I don't know, beard or no beard. I don't know how you tell. I don't see either one. Did I showed that one already? I thought I had another one on the bike, but maybe not. Oh yeah, this one, the one that yeah, you can't see anything in that one. So I don't see beard or no beard. Yeah, I don't see. I don't think you can tell anything. I mean, this shadowy thing in this one screenshot. And if you're gonna say like you could see a beard, like it would have to be a dark beard. And this guy is very fair complected. And no, I don't see any beard, but could there be like some 5 o'clock shadow or something down here? Maybe, but I don't see anything. So that's me. All right, I'm gonna go back to playing her testimony. I can't even see a distinguishable face. That's where I'm at. It was the old lady, nosy neighbor who was like, hey, you kind of look like you had a beard.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 100. Can you identify what I just handed you?
Yes, it is the buccal swab from Zachary Hughes.
Did you take several?
Yes.
Or actually, did you take two?
Yes.
Okay. Is that typical?
Yes.
After you collected these buccal swabs, what did you do with them?
They were submitted into evidence.
Ms. Ford, were you still involved in this case when John Mello returned back from Italy?
I was.
How were you involved, specifically oriented towards Mr. Mello?
So I responded to the Greenville County Detention Center where he was being held at the time. I took photographs of him and I collected his buccal swabs as well.
One moment, Your Honor. Fine. Okay. Show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 101.
So these are the buckle swabs that I collected from John Metal.
And there's 2 of them.
Yes.
What did you do after collecting State's Exhibit 101?
Those were also submitted to evidence.
Just what I have no further questions for you.
You gotta be no questions for this witness. Thank you.
Allison Miller, right?
Please place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. Please be seated. Please state your name for the record.
Sergeant Allison Wright.
Ms. Wright, where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with Greenville County Forensics,
How long have you been with them?
a little over 7 years.
So were you employed with them in 2021?
Yes, I was.
And what was your specific, in 2021, what was your specific role with the Sheriff's Office?
So I was with Greenville County Forensics. I was a field training officer.
And could you explain a little bit about what your roles and duties were in that?
As a field training officer, I went out on calls with some of the newer employees and helped train them. And then I trained the newer employees as they came in.
So that involved evidence collection and documentation?
Yes.
How are you involved in the present case?
I was requested to process the subject's vehicle.
Is that a 1999 Gold Ford Ranger?
Yes, it is.
Does that include taking photographs of that vehicle?
Yes, I photographed the vehicle.
When you're processing this truck, what other things are you doing and going through it?
We first photographed the vehicle and then we searched it, or I apologize. We photographed the vehicle and then collected DNA swabs. We did the door handles, the tailgate handle, steering wheel, typical places that you would normally touch. And then after that, we searched it to see if there was anything of evidentiary value. And then at the end, we used Blue Star to search for or detect possible blood.
Now, was there any significant findings as a result of the use of the Blue Star?
We did have a few areas that illuminated.
And you say illuminated. Can you describe a little bit more as to what that indicates to you when you're going through and using Blue Star?
So Blue Star is used to detect blood. It shows the possible presence of blood. So when we spray it, we have a dark room. We'll spray the area, and if it illuminates, it'll illuminate like a blue color. That will indicate that there's possibly blood there.
Okay. And then subsequently is when you do DNA collection?
So I swabbed for DNA on multiple items beforehand, but then if it does illuminate, I will also either swab or collect the item.
Understood.
That's why he's one of my favorites, Elena. He's like, ooh, forensics. I want to know. Let's go. What are you guys doing?
Show you 146, states 146 to 157 and 159 to 163. Do you let me know if you recognize those photos as what you observed that day?
Where did she spray? I don't even remember where she sprayed. Where did she spray? Let's do it, Case. Let's do it together. I'll do it with you.
Yes, I took the photos that were in our vehicle bay.
The tailgate, the truck, big door handles.
Your Honor, this time state moves into evidence states 146 to 157 and 159 through 163.
No objection. Objection, states 146 to 157 and 159 to 163.
Some stuff and things.
Show me states 147.
Hey, low light.
What is that?
That is the vehicle at the incident location that technician Ford photographed.
Show you 151. What is 151?
That is the insurance card found in the vehicle.
Show you 152.
That is showing the truck bed of the vehicle at our vehicle processing bay.
Explain, why do you bring the car back to a different location to process it?
We bring it back to a different location in order to have a secured location where we can take our time on processing it.
Let me show you states 154. What is that display?
This is a picture of a gas can and ropes that were inside the toolbox in the bed of the truck.
Show you 159. What is that?
Those are the items that were found behind the front seats, and there's a pair of gloves in there.
I'm going to show you 160. What is 160?
That was a pack of gloves that was located behind the seats in the vehicle.
And just going back to 160, how many pairs of gloves does it say are in that pack?
It says there are 6 pairs.
I'll show you 161. There's 6 pairs of gloves in that?
No, there were 5 pairs located.
Ooh.
And finally, 163.
That's showing the bed of the truck and the toolbox that was in the bed of the truck.
It was a pack of 6 gloves, but only 5 pairs were actually still there. So there's 1 pair of gloves MIA.
I want to talk just a little bit more about Blue Star. Is blood the only thing that Blue Star might use a hit on?
No, there are some additional false positives that Blue Star can illuminate on.
What are some things that if you give a positive on?
Cleaning supplies are one, as well as bleach is a big one. Some plants can actually illuminate as well, or different paints and tarnish.
That's right. I have no further questions for you. Thank you so much.
Cross-examination.
I've got no questions, Your Honor.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our afternoon break. As we get and discuss this case among yourselves, and we will see you back in.
All right.
15 minutes. Thank you all.
I'm so glad we could fast forward.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
Does bicycle guy have on black gloves? I don't know, I closed all those photos. I'll have to double check.
Please state your name for the record.
Vanessa Cormelo, Kormylo.
Cormelo, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please tell the jury a little bit about what you do for a living?
I'm a practicing family law attorney, mostly in Greenville County. I've been practicing 28 years, predominantly in family law, handle some closings, but mostly family law, representing litigants, and also representing children in court when I serve as guardian ad litem.
What is guardian ad litem?
That is an advocate for the child who's appointed in family court cases when there are issues involving the children, such as visitation issues or custody issues. A guardian's appointed. It's typically an attorney, but sometimes we have some non-attorneys that are awesome. And so that's just part of our system. When a case involves a child, we do an investigation. We're kind of an arm of the court, and we report back our findings to the judge.
And how are you involved in this case, the state against Zachary Hughes?
In the case against Zachary Hughes, I came into a little bit of this case because I was the guardian ad litem for the child of the mother who was murdered.
Christina Parcell?
Yes.
And John Mello?
Yes.
Okay. When were you appointed the guardian ad litem of Ida Mello?
In October of 2020.
How old was Ida when you were appointed?
I believe she was 8.
That looks like the person has on black gloves. I thought they said that they knew he was white because of his neck, but maybe I misremember that. But it definitely looks like, I mean, you can see that there is like where the hands are or should be. It does look like black gloves. Well, he's a pianist. Oh, maybe it was wrist. I thought they said neck, but you know, I didn't really take notes on that. See, I thought they said that they could tell that he was a white dude from here. So, I mean, not to say that they're the same black gloves, but it's pretty, there's definitely gloves there. Okay.
8.
So, getting a little bit into this, as guardian ad litem, are you responsible for communicating with the father and the mother of the child?
Yes, I typically start with the parents, the parties. We talk to third parties, go visit the child at the school, of course, talk to the child a good bit. And then by the time we get to court, I would have investigated and talked to way more people, and I prepare a written report before the trial.
So in October of 2020, where was Ida Mello?
She was in Italy.
Okay. So were you able to contact her while she was over there?
I had her father's email address, and Mr. Mello and I would email back and forth. He did not necessarily cooperate in allowing me to speak with him or the child. There was one time I was going to get to speak with her. He wanted to script my questions, and I didn't want to put her in an uncomfortable position. So I waited to meet her until she came back.
So I think you touched on it, but by what method would you communicate with Mr. Mello?
Email only.
Okay. Was Ida Mello ever eventually returned to the United States?
Yes, in April of 2021, the Hague Convention, the international body that helps enforce different custody rulings, ordered that Aida return to South Carolina, and then the mother was awarded custody here by agreement.
Okay. So once Ada had returned to South Carolina, what developed as far as that custody dynamic, specifically with regard to your role?
So the parents were in contested custody litigation. The mother wanted Aida to stay here, of course, with her. Mr. Mello was in Italy, and I think there were some criminal charges that he was working through before he could return here. So they were just in what I would consider very highly contested litigation. Mr. Mello regularly emailed me, and he was a very difficult litigant to manage.
So speaking to this particular dispute, was this the first time, but let me back up. Was it your role upon being appointed guardian ad litem to investigate a little bit into the history between the custody dynamic?
Yes, typically I'll speak to the prior guardian ad litem if there was an older case. In this case, sadly, the parents had been fighting since Aida was 3. So there were several cases, Greenville County and Pickens, and I was able to talk to the prior guardian ad litem and increasingly grew concerned about Mr. Mello.
So you said you communicated with Mr. Mello through email. Was that primarily the method of communication, or like the only method of communication?
It was the only method of communication except one phone call I had with him.
So over the course of your role as guardian ad litem, approximately how many emails did you exchange with Mr. Mello?
I don't even know if I could count them. I know when we printed them for the family court trial, I think it was 3 or 4 reams of paper.
So also in the course of once Aida returns from Italy, did Mr. Mello continue to communicate with you?
Yes, he was continuing to communicate, harass, threaten, intimidate, bully. His communications were unlike anything I've ever encountered as a guardian, and so they continued to escalate, and I was pretty concerned.
So not getting into the specifics of maybe some of the things that he messaged you, but what kind of, when you say threats and harassment, what kinds of things was he conveying to you?
He would tell me that I always needed to be looking over my shoulder, that he was coming after my license, that I was going to get arrested for criminal charges or civil charges, that I was definitely going to jail. He mentioned my children to me by name with specific information about them at one visitation I had with him. He put terrible things on the internet about me, including my office address and phone number. He actually included my husband in his posts. He said awful things, that we were trafficking children, Ukrainian children through Spartanburg. That's like on the internet. It was Facebook and Reddit. And at one point he had said I was manufacturing child pornography in my law office and put my address and my phone number right there. So he was definitely fired up.
And once you assumed this role and this line of communication began, did you receive similar types of emails from, let's say, third parties?
Yes, I would start receiving emails early on, not just from Mr. Mello, but from other people on his behalf, multiple different, one was an attorney, one was a private investigator, allegedly, one was a saint, one was, they were just multiple people that would email me from different addresses with very similar threats and characterizations of me and the litigation. And they would definitely be arguing on behalf of Mr. Mello.
Would you attempt to follow up with these individuals when they reached out to you?
Yes, I would typically try and return an email, try and find out who the sender was, try and verify if they were real. We had suspicions that many of them were Mr. Mello himself because of the way the emails were worded. He used a lot of the same phrasing. He writes in a very unusual manner using capitals at different times and has absolutely terrible spelling. So we could see a lot of similarities in these third-party emails, which caused us to believe they were likely him. And then, like for instance, if an attorney emailed me and I couldn't find that attorney anywhere, or a private investigator emailed me and I never could find that private investigator, I really was left with the only conclusion that it was likely Mr. Mello.
So going into October, or let me back up a little bit. So as this developed, with you in the role as guardian ad litem, what findings did you make as to the lengths that Mr. Mello would go to get custody back of Aida?
He was very clear that there was nothing off limits. He was, like I said, threatening, harassing, intimidating, and he was consistently doing it, these hundreds and hundreds of emails. Sometimes he was represented by attorneys, sometimes he was not. And this was the worst case I've ever worked on as far as representing a child's interest, but at the same time, having a parent act like that. It came to the point, even early on, I think in May of 2021, I brought a motion to the court as the child's guardian, asking for a psychological evaluation of him and asking that the mother be allowed to end phone calls if the child was uncomfortable.
While you were guarding ad litem, did you ever receive some, let's just say, suspect envelopes in the mail?
Yes.
If I showed you that envelope, would you recognize it?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 158. Is that the envelope or a envelope you received?
Yes, this is addressed to me at my office on Washington Street. It is dated July 8th of 2021, and it came from Knoxville, Tennessee. Per the mail carrier, the return address references a P.O. box here in Greenville, which we later learned belonged to Brad Post.
You said Knoxville, Tennessee?
Yes, sir.
Did you see the date that it was postmarked?
July, and I think it was 2021.
July 8th, sound right?
Yes, sorry.
That's all right. Not getting into the specifics, and I realize it's unpleasant, but generally, what were the contents of this envelope?
They involved pictures of Christina Parcell in various states of undress. One included a male anatomy body part in one of the pictures. They were basically pornographic in nature. Yes.
What did you do after receiving this envelope?
I called law enforcement.
Okay. Did you submit it to them to your knowledge?
I did.
Okay. Was that the only envelope you received?
No.
When did you receive another?
I think it was about a month later. We received another envelope from Knoxville, Tennessee, with the same PO box return address. So this time we actually just called law enforcement to come get the envelope rather than opening it.
And in the context of what you testified to, would sending something like this be in line with John Mello's actions in the custody dispute?
Yes, this would be in line with also what he emailed, how he conducted himself. He was determined to discredit and disparage and ruin the reputation and character of the mother. He was in a custody battle, so he was determined for her to be thought of in a certain light and hopefully be determined to be unfit.
So at the time you received these, let's say in July and August of 2021, what is the posture of the custody dispute?
We were just moving right along. I think I'd had the motion for him to have a psychological evaluation. The mother had custody at that time. Of course, even though I had reason to be concerned about Mr. Mello and how he conducted himself, I also had a duty to investigate the allegations he was making against the mother. And I did that to the best of my ability. I've never done this before, but I actually hired a private investigator to look into things for me. I tried to find out if there was anything true about the allegations he was making, because this little girl was in that woman's home. And her interests were my duty. So I tried my best to interview people, research, work with the private investigator, and that my duty is ongoing and through the end of the trial. So that's what I had to do. Of course, I talked to the mother about the pictures and determined they were very old and in a consensual setting. So I did look into these things. I didn't just write them off because he was, so unstable.
You mentioned accusations that John Mello would make. Would he accuse Ms. Parcell of using drugs?
He did. That was a large part of his concern about her. So at least as guardians, we can investigate that fairly easily. We asked her to take I think even more drug screens to see if she was actually using drugs. And since she was living with her sister at the time, we asked her to be drug screened. They were in the same home with the child. I think at one point the child was even drug tested in a corresponding case. So we did investigate that. We found no evidence of any drug use in the testing.
Okay, so now this whole bag of cocaine thing is even more interesting, that they find he's accusing her for long periods of time of using drugs, and then all of a sudden they find drugs in her house. So that's also curious.
And the private investigator also did not see any type of dealing in and out of the home.
Had you been asked to make the recommendation, would you have recommended Ida to stay with Christina Parcell?
Yes. So in family court, we're actually not allowed to make recommendations to the court unless we're asked by a judge. And I know you just asked me, but yes, my position was in visiting her in school and talking to her teacher. She was thriving here. She was doing so well in her mother's custody, living with her aunt. They had Taco Tuesdays, and anyway, she loved sushi and avocado, and she was just living a very full life. When I visited, she was riding bikes with the neighbor kids, making friendships, and doing so well. So at the time, yes, that would have been my recommendation if we had gone to trial before the mother's murder.
So at the time of the murder, would John Mello have been aware of any reports or recommendations that would have been negatively oriented towards him?
He would definitely have been aware of my motion to have him psychologically evaluated. He would be aware of my concerns about him through our hundreds, if not thousands, of emails back and forth. I don't hold back when I'm the guardian. So if he's making allegations and I'm asking him, please substantiate these. If you're going to accuse the mother of this, please give me substantiation and I will investigate this. If he says neighbors are watching something, please give me the neighbors' names. I have the ability as guardian to bring a motion before the court to have her removed if the court has substantiation of the concerns. And he would just play games and tell me he couldn't give me the names of the witnesses he knew about because he needed to save them when he sued me in civil litigation. And so he was very aware that I was not a fan of how he conducted himself. If you're worried about a child enough to make substantial allegations, and this guardian is appointed only for her interests, please work with me. Even if we had differences, set them aside, help me help your child. And he was definitely not cooperative.
So before the murder on October 13th, 2021, when was the last time that Mr. Mello saw Ida?
Prior to the murder?
Prior to the murder.
He would have seen her last in Italy when Christina, the mother, flew over to get her per the Hague order and fly her home. So I think he had seen her there in Italy. To my knowledge, he had not returned to our country until after the murder.
So that would have been April 2021?
Yes.
Is there any significance in the time span from April to October of 2021 with regard to the custody dispute and the positioning of parties?
Well, in family court, we really look at how often you see your child. Are you supporting your child financially? And we have a mechanism in family court statutory that says if you don't visit your child willfully for 6 months, and if you don't pay child support for your child for a period of 6 months, your rights can actually be terminated if the court determines that's in the child's best interests. So a lot of parents are pretty sensitive to the 6 month mark.
In October was that 6 month mark?
That would be right.
Do you know who the defendant is?
I'm familiar with his face, yes. I don't think I've ever met him in person.
Let's say prior to October 13th of 2021, did you know who he was?
So when you're a guardian ad litem, both parents give you lists of character witnesses they would like you to interview in relation to their case. And so the first time I saw Mr. Hughes' name would have been May of 2021. And I received that through Mr. Mello's attorney at the time, as he was on a list of character witnesses for me to interview on behalf of Mr. Mello.
Did he take any actions with regard to the custody situation? I'm speaking of Mr. Hughes. Did he take any actions with regard to the custody situation after the murder?
After the murder, I'm not sure of.
Okay.
Before the murder, he prepared an affidavit
Okay.
To support Mr. Mello regaining custody of his daughter. And he also worked with local attorneys, helping Mr. Mello procure representation and in that line.
I'm going to show you what is State's Exhibit 164. Showing you State's Exhibit 164.
Yes, this is the affidavit he prepared for court. He prepared it in September of 2021, September 21st, which we thought was unusual because there was nothing pending at that particular time. And then in October after the murder, we were in court for a hearing about where Aida would live after her mom was murdered. And this affidavit was used in that motion.
Your Honor, this time, the state moved into evidence State's Exhibit 164.
No objection. Exhibit 64 comes in.
Thank you, Judge. So I want to clarify this timeline here. So in September of 2021, what purpose would this affidavit have in the custody dispute? Or was there a place for this affidavit in the custody dispute to be needed?
Okay, so in family court, trials involve live testimony like today. Hearings involve affidavits, which are just sworn statements, that are notarized. So we prepare them in relation to motions that we file. To my knowledge, there was no motion pending at the time that affidavit was prepared.
And this was filed October 22nd of 2021.
Right. And at that time, of course, after the murder, we all kind of filed what we could because you have a mother who's been murdered, a child who doesn't have her mom, and her dad's in Italy. And so her placement in custody was in question.
So it's only 9 days after the murder that this is filed.
Correct. And we were back in court dealing with Aida's placement at that time.
I want to go back briefly. Speaking of these emails you would receive from third parties, what were some of those parties, or those individuals, purported individuals that you could recall?
There was an attorney named Sophia Carlucci. There was an investigator. The email said Mullins Investigations. There was a saint. I'm drawing a blank. I can't remember. It was a saint somebody. There was a guy who wrote me as a biker dude with this particular experience he wanted to share with me. And then there was a Mitch Rubin. I don't know what profession he was, but he actually emailed one of our judges in our case, and that's not acceptable.
So specifically, you said Mullen Investigations. You received emails from this
Yes.
entity? Did you try to identify who that was?
Sure. I searched on the internet, tried to find any investigations, any investigator named Mullins, company named Mullins Investigations.
Any success there?
I could not find them.
Was Sophia Carlucci one of these individuals that reached out to you?
Yes, she was very involved with helping Mr. Mello.
And on looking at these emails that you received specifically from Sophia Carlucci, did you notice anything peculiar about any of those emails that help identify who might have sent them?
Sure. As attorneys, we kind of have a bad rap, but we try to actually be civil toward one another for the most part. She was not civil in any way. She's never met me. She's writing these hateful communications, very insulting, very similar to Mr. Mello's tone. And a lot of times some of the phraseology would be identical to how Mr. Mello would address me and email me. I tried, and sometimes I would try to see if the sheriff's office could help with tracking the emails, but if they were from proton.com or there were other ways we could never really seem to trace them. And I'm not really good at that computer forensic stuff, but I could never find the source of the emails. But my suspicion was a lot of them seemed to talk a lot like Mr. Mello.
Did you ever mistakenly send one from one of those, send an email? From
Yes, there was an email one time from Sophia Carlucci, from John, I think, in Sophia Carlucci's email. So it's like he was emailing me, but he used Sophia Carlucci's name and information.
Thank you. I have no further questions for you.
All right, cross-exam. Yeah, maybe Chris. Sure.
I sent the jury out.
I'm gonna ask you to step out. I have a matter I need to take up with the attorneys. Here we go.
I don't know who said here we go. I don't even know who that was. Who said that? From my understanding, they're about to argue that her putting her opinion in about what she would have recommended before the murders, they think that opened the door to being allowed to bring in some of the stuff about the CSAM that was told that they couldn't bring it in, and if her opinion would change now that she knows about it. Okay, well, are we coming back today or no?
As part of your job as a guardian ad litem was to familiarize yourself with the course of litigation and prior cases. Is that correct?
Yes.
Here.
All right, Mr. Warren.
Thank you. Just a few questions.
It's gonna be short.
On direct examination, you testified, I believe that as part of your job as a guardian ad litem was to familiarize yourself with the course of litigation and prior cases. Is that correct?
Yes.
Isn't it true that, based on your review of the history of the case, the litigation, there had been at least 3 prior cases? Is that correct?
Yes, that sounds right.
And isn't it true that in each of the cases, Christina Purcell agreed to give John Mello custody? Isn't that true?
That's my understanding.
You were asked a little bit about John Mello and Ida being in Italy. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And as part of your duties as the guardian ad litem during this period, was it your obligation to familiarize yourself just a little bit with what was going on with the litigation in Italy?
With the hate convention?
And just in general terms, what the status was of the litigation and what the outcome was?
Yes, I was following that. Yes.
Based on your interaction with Christina during this period, what was your understanding as to who was financing the litigation in Italy?
I'm not sure. I know her sister was helping. I think she bought the plane tickets. I don't think she had an attorney. I think she was self-representing or whatever you do with the hate convention. But
did you also think it was possible that Mr. Post was financing the litigation?
maybe part of the family court litigation, maybe. But as far as being in Italy and that part, he may have paid for bodyguards while she was there. I think I heard something about that, but I don't know for sure, and I don't want to misspeak.
Understand. But you think he was helping finance litigation in the States?
Possibly. I've definitely heard that.
Your Honor, I don't have anything else. We would ask Ms. Cornwell to remain under subpoena and be there.
Okay. Any redirect?
Nothing from the state.
Okay. You may step down.
Thank you.
Quick witness.
No, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Okay.
I want to thank you again.
So that ends day 2. We're going to start day 3. And then tomorrow we're going to do the remainder of day 3 and then day 4, which is day 4 is what's actually happening today. I did see that the state actually had rested today. So, and that Zachary is going to take the weekend to think about if he's going to end up testifying. So tomorrow we should be completely, by the end of tomorrow, we should be completely caught up to going into Monday. Right. Yeah. So this is a quick one. All right, we'll go to day 3. So we'll start day 3, and then tomorrow, like I said, we'll finish day 3 and do day 4, and then we'll be completely caught up. Yeah, we flying through these trials. I know. It's crazy. Is that right? Are we on day 5 or day 4? Am I wrong on the days? Is today day 4 or day 5? Shit, I don't even know. And where's the rest of why is there only part of day 4 on here now? Yeah, so this is day 4 streamed 2 hours ago. Oh, because they're gonna go, wait, no, day 4 the afternoon should already be here, right? Or maybe they just stopped early. I don't know. Maybe they stopped early today. Because it says it streamed 2 hours ago, so day 4 is today. I was correct on that at least. And then, but I don't see any other part of day 4. I don't know. We'll have to look at that. Well, let's start day 3. I know we're going. Sleuthy's like, this one will take us out to Karen Reed. Like on April 1st. No, bada bing, bada boom, it's done. They did. They stopped early. Thank you, Cal. Okay. So once the state rested, they were like, okay, we're going to quit for the day. That's my assumption. Okay. We're still at yesterday, though. No, not. I don't believe they're doing Saturdays. I don't think they're back from Monday. You got to find a new one. Go find us one then. I don't know. What starts next week?
Ready on?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Please state your name for the record.
Daniel Bevel,
Mr. Bevel, what's your rank?
investigator.
Investigator?
Yes, sir.
Investigator Bevel, where are you employed?
The Greenville County Sheriff's Office.
And what do you do for the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
Oh, there we go.
I'm an investigator. And
Okay, so they're off Monday, so they have a 3-day weekend. They won't be back until Tuesday. Interesting. Okay, I forgot that it's President's Day. My kids now get an entire week off for President's Week, so it's like weird because we, when I was little, we used to get the 2 Mondays back to back off, and now my kids don't. They get an entire week, so they're off school all of next week. So I mean, it'd be a really good week to stream a trial because I don't have to go drop off or pick up anybody or drop off anybody. I'm doing a separate live, Sleuthy. When I get back from picking up kids, I'm doing a Delphi live, which hopefully you'll come on for. So, yeah, so that's going to be complete. I'm going to do that separate. All right, so we should have an easy day tomorrow to catch up on then. I mean, technically, we could actually catch up on Monday if we wanted to, but we'll just do it tomorrow. We'll do it tomorrow. I think it's better because that way we're caught up. Aw, you'll be all alone. We'll keep you company. All right, so we'll have to figure out. Well, I still have a couple other cases I want to cover, but trial-wise, yeah, this one's going to be done next week.
And basically, my role is I assist other investigators in interviewing anybody with their cases. That could be witnesses, suspects, just to help further their cases.
Have you had any other prior duties with the Greenville County Sheriff's Department?
Yes, sir.
What are those?
Everything from patrol to crimes against children investigations.
So did you ever have the occasion to meet with Christina Parcell and Brad Post?
I did.
Do you remember about when that occurred?
Originally, I believe it was 2018.
Okay. What about in 2021?
I did.
Okay. And where did y'all meet?
In my office.
And how did that meeting occur?
I was contacted by Christina Parcell, and she had informed me that she had been receiving some letters in the mail, and she wanted to report them to law enforcement.
And did you schedule a meeting with them?
I did.
And where was that meeting located?
In my office.
And who all attended that meeting?
It was myself, Christina Parcell, Brad Post, and an investigator from the Postal Service.
And what was his name?
Mike Nichols, I believe.
And so y'all had that meeting. What was the purpose of that meeting?
It was basically just to receive the complaint, just find out whatever information they had. They had previously informed me that they had already gotten envelopes at their house as well as
neighboring houses, and they wanted to hand them over to us for investigations.
And so, did they bring you a number of envelopes?
They did.
And did you look at the inside of those envelopes?
I did.
And what was the purpose of looking at all these envelopes and looking at the inside?
I looked at the ones that were open, and they mainly wanted to show me what was inside, investigate the contents of them.
And so specifically, what was their complaint?
Due to the content of the envelopes, they believed it was a harassment situation, and they wanted to report that.
And so did you, in fact, review those contents of that, of all those photos that they brought to you?
I did.
And did you investigate as to who might have sent these photos?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1. And actually, if I identify that. Yes, sir. Okay, what is that?
It's one of the envelopes I received from Brad Post and Christina Parcell.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 1 into evidence.
No objection.
No objection. Exhibit 1. Waiting on the elbow. There we go. All right. Thank you. So is this the envelope that that you received?
It is.
All right, whose name is on there?
Brad Post.
All right, and did you ever determine whose PO box that is?
It's Brad Post PO Box.
All right, and up here, is there a date? Can you read the date?
Wednesday, June 30th, 2021.
And what does it say above that?
Greenville, I believe it's PNDC 296.
Now, did you look inside the contents of this envelope?
If it was opened, I did. Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to show you what States is marked as 1C. Ask if you recognize that.
I do.
Okay. And what is that?
It's one of the pages that was in the envelope.
Your Honor, State moves 1C into evidence.
No objection.
All right, no objection. 1C comes into evidence.
All right, let's take a look at State's Exhibit 1C. Now, what did your investigation reveal as far as what this particular photo was?
It appears to be a screenshot of an escort site.
And can you describe what's on there? Whose name is on there? Websites?
It appears to be an advertisement for the name Caroline Warren.
Is that right there?
Correct. And the part that's kind of squared right here is a URL for belladonna DiGiorno.escort-site.com.
All right. And then what about the words above that?
It's basically an advertisement for an escort. It says, okay, Georgia boys, I'll be concluding a quick Alabama tour and was considering spending a day in Atlanta. Question is, are you men ready for me? I have very limited availability at an upscale in-call location, so get in touch with me soon so we don't miss out on each other.
And so your experience as an investigator, what is that asking to do?
It's an advertisement for an escort, or just more specifically prostitution advertisement.
And more specifically, I'm going to refer you to this area right here. I'm going to move this up a little bit. You can see kind of an arrow.
Yes, sir.
Pointing down like that. There. Did you take particular notice of that?
I did.
So just what is that?
It appears to be drawing my attention to the website URL and then an arrow pointing down to something else.
Down towards the page?
Correct.
Could it be considered like that particular URL move down?
Correct.
All right. Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 1A and 1B for identification purposes only. I'm going to show you first 1A, but you'll tell the jury what's on there and specifically about that URL.
It's a black and white image of Christina Parcell nude. And there is the same website URL, that Bella Donna Giorno website, down at the bottom.
Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 1B.
It's another black and white image of Christina Parcell, partially nude, with that same website down at the bottom.
Is there any distinguishing factors between the two websites, the two URLs that are located?
Can I see the other one?
Yes. So I'm letting you compare 1A and 1B.
The words are the same. The URL is spelled out exactly the same, but the font, the size, the alignment is all different.
So are they saying that Mello and potentially Zach created an escort, put her photos on this escort website? Is that what the implication is here?
Do you remember approximately how many photos or envelopes that were handed to you by Christina Parcell and Brad Post?
It was less than 10, I believe.
6 or 7?
Yes, sir.
But I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 2. You recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
It's another envelope given to me by Brad Post and Christina Parcell.
State moves Exhibit 2 into evidence.
No objection.
No objection. So I'm showing you State's Exhibit 2. Please tell the jury what's on there.
We have a P.O. box at the top left, Bradley Post name and his address right here, even though his name right here is misspelled.
How is it spelled?
On here it's spelled P-O-A-S-T, but the correct spelling is P-O-S-T. And up here is the postage stamp for Knoxville, P&D.C., Tennessee, for Thursday, 8th of July, 2021.
I'm going to show you what's State's Exhibit 2A and 2B. And I'll show you 2A. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
It is the advertisement that I previously read for the escort site.
Previous to the one you just testified to?
Correct.
In a different envelope.
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 2B.
I recognize it. Yes, sir.
What is that?
It is a checklist with 3 different addresses on it, and they're crossed out and check marks beside them.
Our State moves Exhibits 2A and 2B into evidence.
No objection.
Without objection, 2A and 2B.
All right. So I'm showing you Exhibit 2A. What is that?
It is the advertisement for the escort site that I previously read off.
And who is this advertisement website for?
It is for Caroline Warren.
And what is that URL at the bottom?
It's that same URL, the Belladonna DiGiorno.escort -site.com.
And then I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 2E. What is that?
That is the checklist with the 3 different addresses. As you can see, the addresses are crossed out and the check marks beside them.
All right. Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 2B, 2C, and 2D. You recognize 2B, 2C, and 2D?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to put them up like this. These are marked for identification purposes only. And if you'll state the exhibit and describe the photo
and the URLs of that Bella Dongiorno.
Okay. The first one is 2B. It's a color image of Christina Parcell. She's laid back on a bed, partially nude. The same previously mentioned website URL is down at the bottom. 2C is another nude image of Christina Parcell with the same URL down at the bottom. 2D is another color image of Christina Parcell and male anatomy on there with the website URL on the side of it.
Did you notice anything distinct about the URLs among those three photos?
Yes, sir.
What did you notice?
Once again, the location on the page is different, like the alignment, the size of the fonts is different, or the type of font is different, the size, they're all different.
Moving along, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 158. What is State's 158?
It is another envelope that I received addressed to Vanessa Cormillo.
Your State moves 158 into evidence?
No objection.
Objection, 158. All right, I'm showing you State's 158. Tell the jury what's on there.
P.O. Box at the top left-hand portion, addressed to Vanessa Cormillo at 1314 East Washington Street, Greenville, 29607. Postage stamp up here is Knoxville, PNDC, Tennessee, Thursday, 8th of July, 2021.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 158A. You recognize it?
I do.
What is that?
It's the same escort advertisement from earlier.
State moves 158A into evidence.
No objection.
Objection, 158A. All right. So what is that?
It's the escort advertisement for Caroline Warren.
And what is the website?
I'm kind of at the point with these guys and what they've done to her. I'm really at the point I'm wondering, like, I really want to look more into the Brad Post allegations and see if there's any, like, proof that he actually took these photos. I mean, this John Mello character is, I mean, he could very well be just gaslighting the shit out of everything. And he's got these people creeping around in the back doing God knows what. I don't know. I'm more curious about it than I was before. I mean, obviously I think it still plays a role, but I don't know if I trust anything that these John Mello and Zach Hughes people have put their hands on. Like, do we know that this sister supposedly, we know that the rumor was that she supposedly had a picture of, that she had taken a picture of his daughter coming out of the shower. Is that factual? Or is that after the fact, and that's how she ends up getting removed, like, so quickly? I don't know. I'm like, I'm really just not trusting. I mean, you have to remember the people the victim was connected to with the creation and distribution of CSAM. I guess my question is I want to know how much proof that that Brad Post and Christina Parcell actually were the ones doing it, because I don't trust this dude. I mean, he's creating profiles to put her on escort sites to show that she's a bad mom, and it's not working. I mean, even the Guardian ad litem is saying, no, I would still recommend that she stays there. And I know they got it from their devices. I'm not saying that, but I want proof that he actually took the photos. He has not been convicted yet. Yeah, I want proof that he took the photos. That's all I'm saying. Because at this point right now, I don't put it past this Mello guy to do anything to get rid of these people from his daughter's life. That's where I'm at. Like, I want to know what proof they have that Post is actually the one that did it. And there very well could be. I don't know. I haven't looked into it. So I'm not saying that he's innocent by any means, because I have no idea. I'm just saying I don't trust it. She took the photos. They were on his device. Mav, I'm confused because I thought the whole thing was in the one complaint. It said that you could see her in like the background of the photos. So she had to have known they were being taken, kind of thing. I'm just saying I want to look more into it because I don't trust that these guys wouldn't have set up something even funkier to get the kid away from her. I mean, the cocaine. I just want more info, which I don't have. So I'm not saying it's legit or not legit. I'm just saying I don't trust it right this second.
Site down here.
Belladonna DiGiorno escort-site.com.
Now,
Is that in the lawsuit with or the charges against Brad Post? I've not read any of that stuff, so I don't know.
Christina Parcells' name on any of this?
No.
Now I'm going to show you 3 photos, 158B, 158C, and 158D. Kind of the same thing. I'll let you look at them. You can describe them and the URLs as well. You refer to them by number.
Yes, sir. 158B is, just so you guys know, these are the same.
I wasn't supposed to read any of them. We're supposed to be watching it blind without having all the back info. If I'm a juror, I don't have the info. I wasn't supposed to read them. It goes against the purpose of doing it the way we said we were going to do it.
Same images that I previously described. Color images of 158B's color image of Christina Parcell laid back on the bed, partially nude, with the previously mentioned website down at the bottom. 158C is another color image of Christina Parcell nude with the URL down at the bottom. 158D is a color image of
Drop me the docs so I have them. Drop me the docs that you guys have that show any of this stuff, and I will absolutely read through them. Because I'm asking the questions. Because I'm super curious now, because I don't trust him.
Christina Parcell and the male anatomy on it.
Right, Spike. Okay, let's do that.
Anything about the URLs?
Once again, different size, different font, different alignments.
All right, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 6.
Sleuthy, that says it's empty.
It's another envelope addressed to 22 Rivoli Lane.
This is one envelope that was given to you?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 6 into evidence.
I think it's O2 Law Junkie. I don't like it.
No objection. Number 6.
I'm not good at doing this
Show you
blind
State's Exhibit
kind of thing.
6.
I don't like it.
Is that the envelope?
It is. And return address is Brad, I'm assuming it's Post that's covered up. It's got his address, 24 Rivoli Lane, Greenville 29615. Bottom address
Still
is
empty.
22 Rivoli Lane, Greenville 29615, with the postage mark of Greenville, PNDC 296 for Saturday, 17 July 2021.
Then I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 6G, 6H, and 6I.
I don't like this looking at it blind. I like having all the information. I'm struggling here. I'm struggling with it. You feel compelled to do more research than I feel like the state isn't doing enough. Well, only because I know of the CSAM. Because I already knew that going into it. So I couldn't take that away. But that file's still empty. Just FYI.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 6I?
I do.
What is that?
It is a piece of paper that states, please find enclosed photos of and information pertaining to one Christina Parcell, AKA Caroline Warren, paramour of Brad Post at 24 Rivoli Lane, Greenville, South Carolina.
And
Nothing.
6H.
Is a black and white image of the escort advertisement.
And 6G.
It is a longer list of addresses with only the first one crossed out and X'd off.
Your Honor, state moves 6I, 6H, and 6G. These evidence.
No objection. Objection.
So. So is this the letter
It is.
that you found? And that's the one referring to Christina Parcell?
Yes.
Now, is this just printed on a white piece of paper?
Yes, sir.
Could you type this up and print it out if you wanted to right now?
Yes, sir.
And how would you do that?
Very easily with Microsoft Word, Notepad, any type of computer program.
And then 6G.
This is the longer list of addresses with, as you notice, only the first one's crossed off and X'd.
And what do you think the purpose of having that X and crossed off mean?
To me, I take that as these packets, one of these packets has already been sent to that address, and all these other addresses can expect the same packets.
Is that part of the intimidation harassment?
I would absolutely take it that way.
All right. And I'm going to show you states 6A, 6B, 6C, 6D, 6E, and F. So 6A through F. We'll do the same things we did before.
Okay, I have that one already.
And just briefly explain to the jury what's in there and focus on those URLs.
Yes, sir. 6A, black and white image of Christina Parcell, partially nude, with the website URL down, the escort website down at the bottom. 6B is a black and white image of Christina Parcell, partially nude, with the escort website down at the bottom.
And that's the Belladonna.
Belladonna DiGiorno.escort-site.com. Just for future reference, when I refer to the website URL, it's all typed out the exact same, just different sizes, different fonts, different alignments. 6C is another black and white image of Christina Parcell with the male anatomy. 6D is a black and white image of Christina Parcell, kind of on all fours, looking back towards the camera. Website URL down at the bottom. 6E is another black and white image, nude image of Christina Parcell with the website URL listed on there. 6F is another black and white image of Christina Parcell with the escort website URL at the bottom.
And as far as those URLs, all different shapes and sizes.
Correct.
All right, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 5.
That's from the article that Mavhawk put in here.
You recognize State's Exhibit 5?
I do.
And is that one of the photos that Christina Parcell and Brad Post gave you?
Or the envelopes, yes, sir.
One of the envelopes?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 5 in evidence.
No objection.
No objection. Just briefly. Is that the envelope?
It is.
And who's it mailed to?
It is mailed to Mr. Post at 24 Rivoli Lane, Greenville, 29615.
And whose PO box is that?
PO Box 27302.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 5A and 5B. You recognize that?
I do.
What is 5A?
5A is another list of addresses with several of them crossed out and X'd off to the side.
And 5B?
5B is a black and white image of the escort website advertisement.
Your Honor, State moves 5A and 5B in evidence.
No objection.
No objection. 5A. Tell the jury what that is.
It's the list of addresses, starting with Brad Post, his address going down. These appear to be neighbors of Brad Post. Like I said, the first three are crossed out, and down towards the bottom, you have Outman Cigars and Martini Bar, and that one's crossed out.
And again, what would be the purpose of including that in these?
To show that I would take this to show that these envelopes have been mailed to the addresses that have been crossed out, and they're about to be sent off to the addresses that are not crossed out.
And show you State's Exhibit 5B.
Again, black and white image of the escort website advertisement for Caroline Warren.
And I know it's hard to see, what is that URL down there?
The same URL, the belladonnagiorno.escort-site.com.
And who is this website? Who is the name associated with this escort site?
I'm sorry,
What is the name associated with this particular escort site?
the Caroline Warren one? Yes, sir.
Not Christina Parcell.
Correct.
All right, I'm going to show you, again, State's Exhibits. C, D, E, F, G, and H, all for identification purposes only.
All right. 5C, black and white image, Christina Parcell nude with the escort website URL at the bottom. 5D, black and white image of Christina Parcell nude with the escort website URL at the bottom. 5E, black and white image of Christina Parcell on all fours, looking over her shoulder with the escort website URL at the bottom. 5F, black and white image of Christina Parcell with the male anatomy over it and the escort website URL at the bottom. 5G, black and white nude image of Christina Parcell with the escort website URL at the bottom. And 5, is that H, I believe? Black and white nude image of Christina Parcell with the escort website URL at the bottom.
And again, those URLs?
Different sizes, different fonts, different alignments on their locations on the page.
Get closer. We'll show you State's Exhibit 4. You need some water? Okay. State's Exhibit 4, 4A, and 4B. I'm gonna try to speed it up if I can. 4A, 4B.
4 is another envelope. This one's addressed to Outman Cigars and Martini Bar. 4A is another one of the typed letters saying, please find enclosed photos, Christina Parcell, aka Caroline Warren. 4B is another black and white image of the escort website advertisement.
Your Honor, State moves 4, item 4, 4A, and 4B. Objection. 4, 4A. Again. Is that the envelope? Item 4 that I'm showing you?
Yes, sir.
All right, and the address?
Address is for Outman Cigars and Martini Bar with the address of 26 Orchard Park Drive, Greenville 29615. Return address, Brad Post, 24 Rivoli Lane, Greenville 29615. And the postmark is kind of blurred, but I believe it's a Greenville postmark.
Notice anything about the stamps? 2 sets of stamps?
Correct.
All right, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 4A.
That's the type letter. I identified the please find enclosed photos of and information pertaining to one Christina Parcell, aka Caroline Warren, Paramore of Brad Post at 24 Rivoli Lane, Greenville, South Carolina.
So the only thing identifying Christina Parcell is this typed up letter here.
Correct.
And then State's Exhibit 4B.
Black and white image of the escort website advertisement for Caroline Warren and the website URL, or the Belladonna Giorno website down at the bottom.
All right. And then I'm going to show you for identification purposes for C, D, E, F, G, and H. Do the same thing you did before, Detective Bevel?
4C, black and white image of Christina Parcell nude with the escort website URL at the bottom. 4D, black and white image of Christina Parcell, partially nude, escort website URL at the bottom.
Does anybody have where Mello had told investigators, or point me in the right direction? Mello had told investigators that he thought his daughter was being essayed by Christina? Or is that just in the other court docs from this case now?
Or E, black and white image of Christina Parcell on all fours looking back at the camera, escort website URL at the bottom. For F, black and white image of Christina Parcell with the male anatomy with the escort website URL at the bottom. For G, black and white image of Christina Parcell nude, escort website URL at the bottom. For H, black and white image of Christina Parcell partially nude, escort website URL at the bottom.
Down to State's Exhibit 3. And State's Exhibit 3 is
Another envelope with the address sent to 25 Rivoli Lane.
State's Exhibit 3A.
Is another one of the type letters identifying Christina Parcell as Caroline Warren.
And 3B.
Another black and white image of the escort website advertisement, Caroline Warren, with the website URL at the bottom.
Now, State moves Exhibits 3, 3A, 3B.
No objection. Objection. 3A. 3B. Come in.
Is that the envelope?
It is.
All right. And the address?
Sent to or addressed to 25 Rivoli Lane, Greenville 29615. Return address for Brad Post, 24 Rivoli Lane, Greenville 29615. Postage stamp for Greenville, PNDC. I believe that's the date of Saturday, 17 July 2021.
And, you know, this one doesn't have a name associated with it.
Correct.
Just an address.
Correct.
And then State's Exhibit 3A.
It's the same letter from earlier identifying Christina Parcell as Caroline Warren.
And State's Exhibit 3B.
Same escort website advertisement for Caroline Warren with the website URL at the bottom.
And that's that right there.
Yes, sir.
And then I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 3C, 3D, 3E, 3F, 3G, and 3H. And briefly describe those and the differences in the URLs.
All right. 3C, black and white image of Christina Parcell, partially nude. Escort website URL at the bottom. 3D, black and white image of Christina Parcell with the male anatomy. The escort website, again, down at the bottom, different location, different font, different size. 3E, black and white image of Christina Parcell on all fours. Looking back at the camera, website URL, once again, different location, alignment, font. 3F, black and white image of Christina Parcell, partially nude, with the escort website URL, slightly different font, location, towards the bottom.
Okay, I found what I was looking for. Hold on, I'll read it because it won't. This won't let me copy and paste it. So hold on. So in his federal lawsuit, in John Mello's federal lawsuit against essentially the guardian ad litem, and it really is against the defendants Matthew P. Anderson and Robert Perry, employees of the Greenville County Sheriff's Office. And it says the allegations in 2017, the plaintiff filed to revoke Miss Parcell's visitation due to suspicions of sexual inappropriateness and/or abuse while the minor child was with Miss Parcell and her then boyfriend Bradley Post From 2017 to 2019, the plaintiff continued to try to remove his daughter from having visitation with the mother due to continued allegations of sexual inappropriateness and abuse. He contacted law enforcement and the Department of Social Services regarding his fears for his daughter's safety, but was unsuccessful in retaining any help. So I didn't see you say, what did you say? Then moved his daughter to Italy where he was a citizen due to continued concerns. Oh yeah, I can continue. You want me to continue? I was just reading the portion of what my question, the answer to my question was. Hold on. Let me see. An indictment was issued for the plaintiff on the charges of custodial interference and signed by the solicitors. Neither Officer Anderson or Perry of the Sheriff's Office nor any member of the Greenville Solicitor's Office informed the grand jury that the plaintiff was the minor child's sole custodial parent. On July 21st, an arrest warrant was sought for the plaintiff. Defendant, which is the guardian ad litem, Vanessa, instigated the arrest of the plaintiff by consistently reaching out to Greenville County Sheriff officers requesting the arrest of the plaintiff despite knowing or should have known the plaintiff's actions did not violate any custodial orders. An arrest warrant was issued for the plaintiff. During the investigation of Miss Parcells' death, photos and other proof substantiated plaintiff's claims that the minor child was being sexually exploited by her mother and her mother's boyfriend, Bradley Post. October 2021, Bradley Post was arrested for the sexual exploitation of a minor and child pornography relating to his and Miss Parcells' abuse of the minor child. The plaintiff returned to the United States to retrieve the minor child after the death of her mother. Zachary Hughes was charged with that, and his phone was seized in connection with the murder for further investigation. Zach Hughes' phone was locked with a military-grade encryption, and it would take the Greenville Sheriff's Office over 9 months to unlock it. That's all in here that I can read that answered my question. So in his lawsuit, he alleges that I forgot. Yeah, Hughes forgot his military encrypted password. I mean, that gives me the answer. So he's claiming that still in his federal lawsuit that he did notify them, and that's part of what his issues were. That's still pending as far as I'm aware. I don't see any follow-up that case is even closed. So it looks like that's still a pending complaint. He's saying he was saying it for 3 years. We don't. Is there any documentation that shows us that he actually did it? That's kind of where I'm at with it right now. I don't trust that guy necessarily. So right, that's what he says. So I want to know that there's anything to back that up. It's a federal lawsuit. Hold on, let me see. Did I download that one? It's a federal lawsuit filed 10/23/24 as the amended complaint. I'll download it. Okay, let me go back to playing this. He just keeps going over all the photos of her And my assumption is they created all these all these profiles of her on these websites. But I don't know yet if they're going to try to say that she actually did it.
3G, black and white image of Christina Parcell, nude. Escort website URL at the bottom. Once again, different alignment, different font. 3H, black and white image of Christina Parcell, partially nude, with the escort website URL at the bottom. Once again, different font, different size, slightly different alignment.
Yeah, see, that's also very weird to me.
So when you met with Christina Parcell and Brad Post and Mike Nicholson, were you trying to determine who had possession of these photos?
Yes, sir.
And did you discuss that with Christina Parcell and Brad Post?
I did.
And did she tell you who had custody and control of those photos?
Yes, sir.
And after she told you who had possession and custody and control of all those photos you just described, who did you immediately start investigating?
John Mello.
Now, in regards to those URLs on those photos, if you had possession of those photos on a phone or a computer, could you insert that URL into the bottom?
Yes, sir.
And how would somebody do that?
It's very simple to do. You can load a picture into something like Microsoft Word and literally just type it in at the bottom.
And I'm assuming Microsoft Word allows you to put the location of that URL wherever you want.
Yes, sir.
Does it allow you to change the font on those?
Yes, sir.
The size of the letters as well?
You can change it up however you'd like. Size, location, alignment, font, size, anything.
Now, when you first got these photos, did you attempt to try to find the website?
Yes, sir.
How did you do that?
Just type the address into one of our computers in the office.
And what did you find?
The website no longer worked.
So you put belladongiorno.com, that's what's like, and put it into your computer?
Yes, sir.
What happened?
It just redirected me to another escort website.
Were any of those photos on that escort site?
No, sir.
Was any pictures of Christina Parcell, any of those websites that you found?
No, sir.
So does Belladongiorno exist?
If it does, I'm not aware of it.
Or you don't know if it existed back then or not?
No, sir.
Can't tell.
No, sir.
All right, go answer any questions defense may ask.
Yes, sir.
Okay, please, report.
Cross-examination.
So just to understand, the last thing you said is it's very possible that this website did exist. Is that right?
I typed it in, but it wasn't there, so
My question is it possible that it existed in the King Day? Is that possible?
possibly, yes, sir.
And you testified that the website that Mr. Wilkins referenced, that it was an escort website, is that right?
It appeared to be, yes, sir.
And you testified that based on your training and experience and your review of the website, it looked as though it was a platform for advertising prostitution. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And prostitution is illegal. Isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true that oftentimes people engaged in illegal activities online use aliases? Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true that you use aliases to try to avoid detection from law enforcement and make it harder for you to determine who's engaged in this illegal activity? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you testified that the URL on the photographs was the same spellings as the URL on the escort website. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you testified that the person who was new or partially new to those photographs was Christina Parcell. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You testified earlier that that you had been in multiple different divisions within the sheriff's office. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You testified that you were in patrol.
Yes, sir.
When did you serve in the patrol unit?
From 2012 to 2017.
And then you mentioned ICAC. Is that right?
After that, I went to Crimes Against Children for 2 years, then ICAC for another 4 years.
What is ICAC?
It's Internet Crimes Against Children.
Right. So you started. When were you in the Crimes Against Children unit?
From 2017 to 2019.
And then when were you in the ICAC unit?
From 2019 to 2023, I believe.
Okay. And you testified that Christina Parcell.
Wait, is this the guy who they're saying was with Christina and that's why he pushed everything under the rug? Is that this guy? Is that this investigator?
Let me be clear about this. Maybe you didn't. Did Christina Parcell contact you directly when she received these envelopes?
Yes, sir.
So she didn't call 911, she didn't call a non-emergency line with the sheriff's office, she called you directly, is that true?
Correct.
And you testified that she called you directly because you had met her and Brad Post earlier in 2018, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
It's him.
Did you meet them in your official capacity as a police officer or in
He
your
arrested-
private capacity just as a citizen?
No, in my official capacity as a law enforcement officer.
Yeah, it's him. I'm almost positive it is. I'm like 99.9. The one that arrested Mello back in 2018, and then the charges were all dropped. I'm almost positive it's him.
Is it true, Investigator Bevel, people post
Bevel?
things online, take things down online all the time, isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
And is it true, if you're like me, on occasion, you search a website that once
He's
existed, and
Bevel?
it doesn't
Let me
exist
see if
no
it's
longer,
him.
is that true?
Yes, sir.
I got nothing else.
Okay, any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
And, we just asked if you remain under subpoena and subject to recall.
Thank you, sir.
We have to. It
Your Honor,
doesn't.
state calls Mike Nicholson.
It doesn't say his name. What it says is, in the filing, it said that an investigator had formed a personal relationship with Christina Parcell. Then it says the investigator turned around and charged Mello with harassment. We checked online court records and verified that the same investigator who Mello said had a relationship with Parcell arrested him for harassment in 2018. However, the case was dismissed. Next, the motion says 3 years later, the same investigator was brought in when Parcell was killed to investigate the child pornography found on Parcell's fiance's devices. And then they said they looked at the arrest warrants for Post, and it is the same investigator. And he's ICAC, so I wonder if it's, I've got to figure out if it's actually Bevel.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
Michael Nicholson, and that's Nichholson.
Your Honor, if you'll give me about 45 seconds to get these items back in order.
Okay, Rexy says I'm getting confused. I don't know why the charges were dropped, but essentially Mello, the daughter's dad, is claiming that the reason that nobody was taking his allegations seriously is because Bevel, or not, I guess I shouldn't say Bevel, because an investigator was personally involved with Christina. I think it might be Bevel, but I haven't found that out for sure yet. We'll figure it out. Mello in 2018, yes, and Post in 2021. Who arrested Bradley Post in 2021? Essentially, it's John Mello accusing the sheriff's department, saying, hey, these guys aren't taking me seriously because this one investigator has a personal relationship with Christina, and so they're saying that I'm harassing her. So they arrested him for harassment back in 2018, but obviously everything was dropped. And then 3 years later, it's the same investigator who's brought in to, which is 2021, to investigate the boyfriend on the CSAM stuff. I know I just can't, Lacey. I can't do it. I tried for a couple hot minute. So I think that the investigator they're referring to, okay, Sleuthy just said, Daniel G. Bevel arrested him on 4/9/2018, and it was in fact dismissed. So that cop that just testified, that investigator that just testified, is the one that Mello, the daughter's dad, has accused of having a personal relationship with Christina. As soon as he said he was with ICAC at that time, I was like, wait a minute. It just rung a bell. Daniel G. Bevel. Okay, this is Nicholson now. See, I'd be a terrible juror. I can't wait. I got to know all the things. I would be the one who'd go home and start researching stuff. It's terrible. I blame Sleuthy. Just because.
I was employed as a United States Postal Inspector. I retired in September of 2023.
And how long were you a United States Postal Inspector?
I was employed with them from October of 2002, as I said, till September of 2023. Various assignments, locations. I started in Columbus, Ohio, and I came to Greenville in 2000, end of 2006.
And as a postal inspector, what are your main duties?
I usually have to go into a little bit of explanation because most folks don't know what a postal inspector is. Generally, I always say we're the FBI for the post office. What that means is we have jurisdiction to investigate any kind of federal crime that has a nexus to the United States mail. That can involve a variety of things. It could be mail theft. It could be identity theft, mail fraud. I worked a lot of narcotics in the mail, and in this particular case, harassment or stalking through the mail.
Did you have the occasion to meet along with Detective Bevel, with Christina Parcell and Brad Post?
I did.
And what was the purpose of that meeting?
Investigator Bevel had contacted me because he had been working this investigation for a period of time, and he advised me that some items had been sent through the mail, and asked if I would come and sit in on the interview, be present at the interview, and then make a determination if there might be a possibility for federal charges related to what was being sent through the mail.
And did y'all both receive some envelopes given to you by Christina Parcell and Brad Post?
We did.
And did you have the opportunity to review those envelopes as well?
I did.
And what was your purpose of reviewing these envelopes? What was your role?
Again, just for me, it was to assist the sheriff's office and as a preliminary investigation to see if there might be occasion to bring federal charges at some point in the future.
Now, on these envelopes, it has a bunch of squiggly lines and some dates and a location.
Mm-hmm.
Is that postal inspector information that the post office puts on packages?
It is, and it's not necessarily just specific to postal inspectors. That's just what happens to mail pieces when it goes through processing centers.
And with that information, can you determine where, or at least down to a city, where the mailings occurred?
Yes, and those particular envelopes that I was able to review with Investigator Bevel and Christina Parcell and Brad Post, as I recall, there were a total of 6 envelopes that he brought that day, and 5 of them bore postmarks of Greenville. So what that means from our perspective is it went through the Greenville, South Carolina Processing Center. So, and I think Investigator Bevel actually made reference to 296 or 293. So in the entire upstate of South Carolina, is divided into 293 and 296 zip codes. So anything in the upstate of South Carolina is going to come to the Greenville Processing Center. So seeing that postmark on there tells me that mail piece was dropped in the mail somewhere in the 293 or 296 zip codes.
All right. And if I showed these to you, would you be able to tell this jury about where they were mailed? All right. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 1. And I'm going to focus on this. Is this what you were talking about?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
What is that?
So the Greenville obviously indicates a city. P&DC stands for Processing and Distribution Center, and then 296 is where this processing center is actually geographically located.
So where's the location and date when this particular mail?
It says Greenville, Wednesday, June 30th, 2021. So what that tells me is that it hit the processing center, hit a particular cancellation machine on that date.
On June 30th?
June 30th, 2021.
All right. And so that Greenville 296, what area is that?
That would be part of the upstate of South Carolina.
Upstate of South Carolina.
Yes.
So it's mailed somewhere in the upstate.
Somewhere in the upstate of South Carolina, correct.
Would that be Greenville County, or could it be another?
It could be it could be anywhere in the upstate. Oconee County, Anderson County, Pickens County, anywhere.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 2. What about this one?
This one says Knoxville. Again, it's P&DC, stands for Processing and Distribution Center in Tennessee. I'm not as familiar with that, but 379 would be the 3-digit geographic identifier for that processing center. Okay, and that would tell me that any mail piece in that starts in 379 zip code is going to go through that particular processing center.
And on what date?
The date on that says Thursday, July the 8th, 2021.
So is that when it would have hit the distribution center?
Yes, that's the day it would have came through the distribution center.
So probably in around the Knoxville area.
That's correct.
I'll show you States Exhibit 158.
Again, it says the Knoxville Processing and Distribution Center. And again, 379 would be the leading 3 digits of the zip code, Thursday, July the 8th, 2021.
States Exhibit 6.
This one indicates Greenville Processing and Distribution Center, Saturday, July 17th, 2021.
Just out of curiosity, it's like, what are all the school day lines around those? Is that just the stamp?
That's to cancel the stamp, so they can't be reused.
Good old government.
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 5. A little more difficult to read.
I can read it. It says Greenville PNDC 296, Saturday, July 17th, 2021.
States Exhibit 4.
Again, it's blurry, but you can read it. It says Greenville PNDC 296, Saturday, July 17th, 2021.
And States Exhibit 3.
Again, Greenville PNDC 296, Saturday, July 17th, 2021.
Do you answer any questions, Defense Counsel?
Mr. Nicholson, you and I have known each other for probably 15 or 16 years now.
Yes, sir, we have.
How did we,
When you were an assistant United States attorney.
and over that period of time, we worked many cases together.
We did.
Thank you for your service, and Mr. Nicholson, you're as good as they come. Thank you so much, sir. We got nothing but
No direct from the state, Your Honor.
There wasn't even any question. It was just a thank you for your service. I think that the dad wanted custody of his daughter at any
Your Honor,
cost.
state
And
calls
so,
Blake Wolf. Recall.
so he got his friend here, Zach, to go kill her. That's kind of where I'm at right now. They haven't proven it yet, but I do know that they have his DNA under her fingernails. So, I mean, that's a skip ahead, but we already know that from documents. Yeah, he just wanted to say hi to his friend. Hey, yours is back. Why, hi, son. Hey, Paradox.
Master Deputy Wolf, you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
So did you become involved in the harassment investigation regarding all those photos?
Yes, sir, I did.
How did you get involved?
During the murder of Christina Parcell, I obtained a search warrant for Zachary Hughes's Gmail account, which would include his emails. After I received his emails, I became involved in that investigation.
Now, how did you locate his Zachary Hughes's email?
When we did the search warrant at 200 Tyndall Avenue, we seized his cell phone. A cell phone extraction was done on that device, and we were able to determine what email address he used on his cell phone.
And then once you obtained that email address, what did you do?
I then obtained a search warrant for the email address. Since I knew that Mr. Hughes had been in communication with John Mello is overseas, they obviously have to communicate through electronic means.
And in those emails, were there also email addresses for John Mello as well?
Yes, sir.
And did you obtain a search warrant for John Mello's email?
Yes, sir, I did.
Do you recall the email address that you sent the search warrant off to Google?
For John, or
For Zachary Hughes?
it's zachary.david.hughes@gmail.com.
And what about Mello?
John at milestonemusic@gmail.com.
And did Gmail or Google return emails to you as a result of that search warrant?
Yes, sir, they did.
And were you able to review those emails?
Yes, sir, I was.
And by reviewing those emails, were you able to confirm that it was in fact this Zachary David Hughes and the John Mello that we're talking about in this case?
Yes, sir.
How did you, so what was the basis of that?
So when we receive somebody's Google information, we obtain more than just emails. We get account information they provide Google, such as their name, phone numbers, addresses. If they allow Google to back up photos, for example, Mr. Mello in his Google account, I have photos of himself and his daughter that he took that allowed Google to back up.
That Google sent you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Were there any conversations among those emails?
Yes, sir, there were.
And were those conversations between John Mello and Zachary Hughes?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to determine that it was in fact this Zachary Hughes and John Mello we're talking about in this case?
Yes, sir.
Were they talking about, what were they talking about?
Christina Parcell, they were referring to her as Sweet Caroline Warren.
We don't know how Zach and Mello met. We just know that they were friends at some point. Nobody has told us how they actually met. Could have been something through music. You know, I don't know. I actually don't know what his profession. I don't know his profession. I mean, look. Yeah, he was a music producer, lyricist, songwriter, and vocalist.
All right, Master Deputy, well, I'm gonna show you States Exhibits 166 and 165 and see if you recognize those documents.
Yes, sir, I do.
What is States Exhibit 166?
This is a certification of authenticity from Google verifying the records I obtained or from the Google account zachary.david.hughes@gmail.com.
And you got that email off of Zachary Hughes' phone when you reviewed it?
Yes, sir.
And what about States Exhibit 165?
This is the same document, except this was received when I received John Mello's Google information at john@milestonesound@gmail.com.
And how did you locate that Gmail?
That was through communications that Mr. Hughes was having. They were sharing emails.
Your state moves States 166 and 165 into evidence.
No objection. No objection, 166.
Now, let's back up a little bit. So when you received this information, what information did you receive from Google when you sent off the search warrant for Zachary David Hughes' Gmail and John Mello's email?
So it depends on what email, or excuse me, what information, what data each individual user allows Google to track. So in this case, emails, it could be pictures, phone contact list backup, location data, Google voice messages, anything along those lines, that any information that Google stores on you.
And then when you get emails, is it just a big stack of emails, or do you have to put them in a computer? How is it given to you, and how are you able to just read emails?
So they give it to you in a file that they call inbox, and then you have to put it into another program called Thunderbird to be able to view the emails.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes, sir, I did.
And as a result of putting it into Thunderbird, were you able to review the emails between Zachary Hughes and John Mello?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you. States 167. State's Exhibit 167. Ask you if you identify that.
Yes, sir. This is an external drive that contains the emails, the raw data I received from
And
Google.
have you reviewed this?
Yes, sir, I have.
Is that your initials?
Yes, sir, it is.
So this is the raw data that you received from Google?
Yes, sir.
State moves Exhibit 167 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, so back, so thank you, Your Honor. When you get this up, did you put this information into Thunderbird?
Yes, sir, I did.
And once you did that, about how many emails do you think you recovered?
For Zachary Hughes, it was a little over 23,000. I don't remember the number from Mr. Mello.
And then, as part of your duties in this case, did you go through those and sort of create a package of the emails just between John Mello and Zachary Hughes?
Yes, sir, I did.
And between those two, how many emails did you, just between Zach Hughes and John Mello, how many emails do you think you obtained?
Oh, hundreds.
While you were doing that, was there a particular email that brought your attention?
Yes, sir, there was.
I'm going to show you State Exhibit 167. I'm sorry, 168. I'm going to ask you if you recognize this.
Yes, sir. This is an email that Mr. Mello sent Mr. Hughes on May 16th of 21.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 168 in evidence.
No objection.
Objection. All right, I'm going to show you the top of this email. And so can you tell, starting with the forward, what this is?
Yes, sir. This email was forwarded from John Mello to Mr. Hughes. The title is Christina Parcell, aka Sweet Caroline Warren. You can see that the message where it says forwarded messages, the original message came from Mullins Investigations at protonmail.com.
All right, as part of your investigation into this, did you look into Mullen Investigations?
Yes, sir, I did.
How did you do that?
So I started with just the basic Google search. I found no private investigative company named Mullen Investigations. And then we contacted SLED. In South Carolina, if you're a private investigator, you have to be registered and licensed through SLED. SLED had no record of a Mullins investigation or a private investigator with the last name Mullins.
And so you you never located Mullen Investigations?
As far as I can tell, they don't exist.
And I noticed that it says at protonmail.com.
Yes, sir.
Is that significant?
Yes, sir, it is.
How is that?
Proton Mail is a company that's based in Switzerland, where privacy laws are very different. When you create an account there, they don't ask for any of your personal information. They don't comply with our search warrants. We have no way to get any information from them. They make their business off guaranteeing that you're going to stay anonymous.
So if you wanted to create Walt Wilkins at protonmail.com and send emails, would you be able to do that?
Yes, sir.
You would not have to give any of your personal information.
No, sir.
And then you could then represent yourself to be Walt Wilkins at protonmail.com.
Yes, sir.
And have y'all attempted to try to get information from protonmail.com before?
I have not personally. I know of investigators that have in other cases and federal cases. No.
So I'm going to move forward. So what was this? Was this attached to the email?
Yes, sir, it was.
And what is this?
This is the same advertisement that investigator Bevel covered that was in the packages, the 6 packages that were mailed out, the escort or prostitution advertisement.
And was there a Bella Don Giorno attached to it?
Yes.
Where's that?
Down at the very bottom.
Right there?
Yes, sir.
And then whose name is over here?
Caroline Warren.
Okay. And is this the same photos that we just saw with Detective Bevel?
Yes, sir.
And did you notice anything about how it's with the photo there? Who was in the photo?
Christina Parcell.
And did you notice anything about how it's cut and pasted?
Yes, sir, I did.
What did you notice?
So first thing I noticed is that the margins are off. The photo of Miss Parcell is too far to the left. And then at the top of the advertisement, you can see where it looks like they cut and pasted it, but they left a couple other, where your finger is. Maybe those were letters or some other part of the web page that they just didn't cut off.
Now, on this email on May 16th, 2021, to Zach Hughes from John Mello, is that Belladonna DiGiorno-escort.site.com on this picture?
No, sir, it is not.
Nowhere to be seen.
No, sir.
So this photo, you can see the top of it of Christina Parcell right there, is just a photo of Christina Parcell.
Correct.
Nothing else on it.
No, sir.
All right, I'm going to show you the second page of State's Exhibits 168. And what is the top up there?
That shows the title of the forwarded email, Christina Parcell, aka Sweet Caroline Warren, and then that is Christina Parcell's face.
And is this one of the photos that was in the packages that
Yes,
we
sir.
reviewed?
Yes, sir.
And in this particular photo, is the URL belladonna-escort.site.com on there?
No, sir.
It's nowhere to be seen.
No, sir.
And I go here, best I can. Is that sent with Proton Mail? Sent with Proton Mail?
Yes, sir.
It's a secure email.
Yes, sir.
And then finally, how is it signed?
So that's John Mello's email signature.
All right, can you go through those for us?
Yes, sir. At the top, he's got an address for Milestone Sound in New York City. He lists himself as a house producer and a vocalist with.
Okay, so this just proves that Mello sent the photos to Zach Hughes to be distributed out to all of these people and put on these escort sites.
Phone numbers. Then he's got an address in South Carolina and Atlanta, Georgia, Torn and Trade Productions with a P.O. box here in Greenville. And then he's got addresses in Europe and one down there in Italy. What I will note is that the +39 number that ends in 0041, that is the number he was using to communicate through WhatsApp with Mr. Hughes.
How do you know that?
Through reviewing the WhatsApp messages.
So you reviewed WhatsApp messages off of Zach Hughes' phone?
Yes, sir.
And did you confirm that that number right there was a number used by John Mello?
Yes, sir.
Investigator Wolf, did you also, let me do this real quick just to make sure the record's clean. I'm going to show you Exhibit 6A marked for identification purposes only, and just get you to confirm that that is one of the photos that was on that email.
Yes, sir, it is.
So 6A was one of the photos on that email.
Yes, sir.
And in this email, is there a http://belladonna.escort.com?
Yes, sir.
And then what about 6D?
That is the first photo in the email.
All right. And does that have a website, belladonna-escort.com?
Yes, sir.
And did you notice the font difference between these two?
Yes, sir.
That's what it seems like, Fluffy.
And those photos were found in numerous of these envelopes, lots of these envelopes.
Yes, sir.
It wasn't just State's Exhibit 6. They were all scattered. They were all through the all the envelopes that were received.
That's correct.
And the photos were taken by Mello when they were together, and then he still had them and then was distributing them. And that's why when her sister testified, she said apparently, she's like, I would call it revenge porn, but apparently that's not a case in South Carolina or something along those lines.
All right. Now, did you have the occasion to get Verizon tolls for Zach Hughes' phone?
Yes, sir.
Why did you do that?
I knew that some of these packages had been mailed out from Greenville and others had been mailed out from Tennessee. So I wanted to know where he was on the dates the packages were mailed.
And so how do you go about getting phone records or phone tolls, and why would you get them?
So we get a search warrant, and then we get them to know where he was at a particular date and time.
And who do you send the search warrant off to?
It's going to be the service provider for that particular individual.
And did you know the service provider for the phone for Zach Hughes?
I believe it was Verizon.
And how did you learn that?
Once we have a person's phone number, we can just research that phone number. We were able to get his phone number through the phone extraction after it was seized at 200 Tyndall.
And did you send a search warrant off to Verizon for, I guess you call them phone tolls, phone records?
Phone tolls, yes, sir.
Tolls. What is a phone toll?
Phone tolls cover anything from you called this person at this particular time, you received this phone call, you get text messages, your phone transmits data through whatever network. And anytime you're connecting to that tower, they know an approximate location where you're at. Not exactly where you stand, but you are connected to a tower, usually the closest tower that has the best signal.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit. $169. Ask you if you recognize it.
Yes, sir. That's the thumb drive that has Mr. Hughes' cell phone tolls on it.
Your State moves 169 and does.
No objection. No objection. 169 comes up.
Anything else?
It's illegal in most states, Fluffy. I didn't know that it wasn't illegal in South Carolina until she said something, and I'm not.
Do you know exactly when John Mello returned back to the United States?
It was shortly after Christina Parcell was murdered. I don't know the exact date, sir.
Do you know where he arrived when he came back?
Charlotte.
And was he arrested?
Yes, sir.
Did he have a warrant on him?
Yes, sir.
What was the warrant?
Custodial interference.
And so he was arrested there. Was he brought back to the law enforcement center?
No, he was kept in custody in Charlotte and then released.
Are you aware if, do you know if John Mello had a cell phone on him when he arrived back from Italy?
We were told by the authorities in North Carolina that he was not found in possession of a cell phone.
And about October 22nd, sound about right?
Sounds about right, sir.
Please answer any questions Mr. Moore may have.
Yes, sir.
Investigator Wolf, you just testified about the custodial interference warrant that John Mello had.
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true he was exonerated of that charge?
Yes, sir, it is.
You've asked a lot of questions about the websites in the mail on direct examination. Isn't it true that when that website was actually up, you didn't see that website? Is that right?
That's correct.
And so it's very possible that when that was up, that website is it true that it's possible that website had photographs of Christina Parcell? And you know, isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true that that website was a vehicle for advertising prostitution? Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that people engage in illegal activity online often use databases?
Yes, sir.
Nothing else, John.
Quick question, Your Honor. You can't say one way or the other whether that website was actually active or not.
No, sir, I can't. It was August of 2023 when I became involved in that case.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
I think now is a wonderful time to take a break.
Now is a wonderful time to take a break.
Again, I will just remind you.
Wonder how long the next witness is up here. Maybe we should take our
Or
break.
affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth.
Let me see how long he's up here. Yeah, I think I'll probably cut it off for today, and then we'll finish tomorrow. I think they go into like the WhatsApp messages and everything else between Mello and Hughes. Yeah, so because I have to leave in about 10 minutes anyway, so it'll give me time to use the restroom and whatnot. So we'll wrap it up for today, and then tomorrow we'll come in and complete the rest of day 3. Should we do it Monday, or should we do it tomorrow? What do you guys want to? wonder if I should do it Monday. Tomorrow's actually my husband's birthday. Maybe I shouldn't do it tomorrow. Delphi Live is 2 hours from right now. Do you guys, we could probably knock it out where it wouldn't really impact anything. You want to do it tomorrow? Joe! Yeah, so Delphi is live, is 2 hours from right now. So we'll be 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central, 4:30 Mountain, 3:30 Pacific. Right now, hold on real quick. My husband's calling me. Give me one second. Okay, well, never mind. I guess I don't have to leave yet. I don't have to leave until 2:15. So we'll go through another witness. So hopefully you guys all didn't leave. We're going to bring up another witness. My husband's going to pick him up. He said he's already over in the area of his school. So he's going to take care of picking him up, and I'll get Kaylee when she's out instead. We're going to swap. So we're going to go with another witness now, and then we'll wrap it up here in a little bit. So right now we are about 2 hours into day 3. And so we'll have, because they still have lunch and another break at least. So only a few hours left of this one, and then a few hours of what they did today, because today was a short day. So tomorrow we should have no problem wrapping up in a pretty timely manner. So we'll keep going right now, and then we'll come back tomorrow and we'll finish day 3 and all of day 4. But I'm going to play this and run to the restroom.
Truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am. I'm Charlie Cunningham.
Mr. Cunningham, can you please tell the jury a little bit about where you work and what your role is with them?
Sure. I work with the Graham County Sheriff's Office, and currently I'm assigned to the Graham County Intelligence Unit. I work for the Graham County Sheriff's Office, and I currently work within the Intelligence Unit. And I've been with the Sheriff's Office since early 2008.
What do you do specifically with the Intelligence Unit?
Specifically, we collect digital forensics information, various types of electronic evidence, and we assist in investigations both locally and assist in investigations with state law enforcement and federal law enforcement.
When you speak of electronic evidence, what format does that usually come to you in?
Typically, it can come by way of cellular telephone extractions, computer extractions, telephone data that would come from a cell phone provider, or electronic records that may come from an internet service provider as well.
And when you say cell phone extraction, can we break that down a little bit and what exactly that means from your role?
Sure. If a cellular device happens to be seized by law enforcement and a warrant obtained to look into that data on that device, we would then use tools that are specifically utilized to connect to that device and extract out whatever contents the device may contain, and then generate a report for us that we would then analyze and review with the investigator.
You say tools, and specifically related to cell phones. What tools do you typically use when you do an extraction of a cell phone?
The most common tools that we use are Celebrite and Gray Key, as well as Penlink from an analytical standpoint.
And in using those, does it require training, some education on how to navigate those programs?
Sure. I began receiving training earlier in my investigative career, peer training with Cellbrite. I later went on to Cellbrite School, as well as some Penlink hosted schools, varying places of continuing education on how to operate and stay up to date with current techniques.
And to expand on this a little bit more, when you use one of these programs, Cellbrite or Grayshift or Penlink, are you interpreting the data it provides, or how does that process work?
In layman's terms, I would explain it like it's
you can think of it like a digital camera. You turn the hardware and software on, make a connection with it. Essentially, you're pointing it towards what you want to capture, and you follow its instructions, and it begins to retrieve whatever it can, whatever it's capable of retrieving, and then we review the information that it puts out in front of us. It could be telephone calls, messages, photos, location data. There's varying amounts of data that could be observed.
To your knowledge, are these programs those that are generally used by law enforcement, at least locally or more broadly?
It's my understanding and experience that these same capabilities are used worldwide by law enforcement.
And in your time in this specific role, approximately how many of these extractions specific to cell phones have you conducted?
Several thousand.
Were you tasked with doing extractions on cell phones in the present case?
Yes, I was.
What phone specifically?
There was a varying host of cell phones that I was provided with and performed extractions on.
I'll narrow it down for you. The State's Exhibit 112. Show you State's Exhibit 112.
Sure.
What is 112?
112. This is the packaging. It contains a cell phone labeled with the item number CN1 and the case number from the Grimm County Sheriff's Office for the cell phone of Zachary Hughes.
Is that a cell phone that you did an extraction on?
It is.
Okay. Did you get any information as well from the victim, Christina Parcells' phone?
Yes. Yes.
Did you find what phone number she had that was pertinent to this case?
Yes, there was several phone numbers that we learned that was in use by Miss Parcell. One of those being 5742. It ended in 5742.
Is it 5142?
Yeah, 5142. I'm sorry, my notes are a little scattered. We refer to that as.
I do find it really weird that this chick had a bunch of phones. Like even her boyfriend said that she had at least 2 phones. One's not a work phone, so I don't know. I just find that really odd. And then he's like, "Yeah, there was multiple phones." Hey, Queen.
It was referred to as the clone phone.
Okay. So
clone phone.
In conducting the extraction of State's Exhibit 112, I believe it is, do you hook it up to a computer?
Yes.
And is that how those programs take effect?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of activity or what kind of data can you extract?
Hold on, I'm going to rewind that for a second because I interrupted it and I shouldn't.
Depending on how.
Why did he refer to it as a clone phone?
By Miss Parcell, one of those being 5742. It ended in 5742.
Is it 5142?
Yeah, 5142. I'm sorry, my notes are a little scattered. We refer to that as it was referred to as the clone phone.
Okay. So in conducting the extraction of State's Exhibit 112, I believe it is, do you hook it up to a computer?
Yes.
And is that how those programs take effect?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of activity or what kind of data can you extract from a cell phone?
Depending on how much is on a cell phone, a great deal. Cell phones are much like a computer in terms of what they can access and store internally. The data can store telephone calls and messages and emails, internet search history, photos, third-party applications that are accessible through the internet. A great deal of information can be extracted from a cell phone, and in these particular cell phones, a great deal typically was extracted.
And is it through these programs that you view this particular information?
The program in which it's extracted with, like Celebrite, yes.
So could you speak generally to when you're extracting a cell phone, to what kind of data you can receive initially without opening it, without having a passcode, anything? Can you still receive data from it?
Sure, you can. Some of the initial information that you could receive about a cell phone without getting too in depth into the extraction is if the device has been programmed with a name, for instance, John Doe's cell phone. That cell phone number that device is using, oftentimes those are some of the first pieces of information that are present for us to see and observe.
Okay. And then after a phone is, let's say open with a passcode, does it continue to pull data and information?
It can, yes.
Okay. And to this specific phone, States 112, how was it brought to you to analyze? Or I should say, who brought it to you to analyze?
I believe that Investigator John Garrett brought me this cell phone while a search warrant was being executed at 200 Tyndall Avenue, where I understood Zachary Hughes to reside.
So you did in fact conduct an extraction on States 112. Is that right?
That's correct.
Did you perform an extraction before the phone opened and after the phone opened?
Yes, sir, I did.
I'm going to show you what is States Exhibit 172. Showing you States 172. Do you recognize States 172?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is it?
It's a USB thumb drive where I put the raw data that was extracted from this device, both before and after the passcode had been discovered.
Have you had a chance to review the contents of 172 and confirm that that is what's on this device?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves into evidence, States Exhibit 172.
No objection, Your Honor. Objection.
So speaking to this extraction you conducted on Mr. Hughes' phone, when you initially begin this extraction process, what kind of data were you able to receive from that phone?
When I initially received the phone, it was turned on, it was powered on, and it was passcode locked. Using the software that we used at the time, I began the process utilizing GrayKey. This is an Apple iPhone, and GrayKey did the best job at extractions with those type devices, specifically on those that were passcode locked. I plugged it into the machine and allowed it to begin to examine the device. It quickly gave me preliminary information like the cell phone number, the type of phone that it was, and that some data could be extracted immediately, and that it was capable of brute forcing the passcode. And what brute forcing means is that it will begin a process of attempting to decrypt what that passcode may be. And there's many different processes that software may utilize, but it gives me the option to command it to either begin processing the passcode, begin working on decrypting that passcode, or go ahead and extract data to review right now. And that's what I chose to do was to command it to go ahead and retrieve whatever data that it could, and then work on the passcode.
So when you're using a GrayKey or a Cellbrite, and you want to, I guess, present the information in a deliverable form, how do you do that?
The raw data that is extracted initially is then uploaded into a program called Physical Analyzer. That Physical Analyzer program is software that is built and engineered by Cellbrite, the same software that may pull the data, but it essentially takes all the raw files that it's able to extract, and it begins to put it back into an order that we could look at on a computer, similarly to how it might maybe looked at on a cell phone device. It will give us options and folders that are in categories like pictures and images and telephone calls and text messages and internet search history. It makes it a little more convenient for an investigator or for an analyzation of that data to look in the direction of what it is that you're looking for.
So using a Cellbrite, are you able to account for times and dates that items were sent, restored, or recorded?
More often than not, yes.
And using those programs, do you create reports from them, or do they create reports for you?
Yes, reports can be created. Generally, we're always going to create a report of whatever data that we extracted, and that report will contain essentially everything that is known. It can be categorized, and even the data that the software is not capable of understanding, although it extracted it, it will just place it over in another folder that's just known as uncategorized data. And then we can further build reports off of the initial main report for individual things like telephone calls or text messages or location data.
Were you able to create some reports using Cellbrite and Gray Key specifically from Mr. Hughes' phone?
Yes, I was.
If I showed them to you, would you recognize them?
Yes.
I'll show you what it states exhibit 170 and 171. I'll show you 70, 171. Did you identify these two items for me?
Sure. The State's Exhibit 171 is a Gray Key progress report. And this is a progress report that Gray Key makes available of the raw data that extracted. When that extraction takes place, anything that's known as a target device is the device that we actually have plugged into the computer that we've commanded it to extract data from. And it will identify what it can recognize of this device, like the type, the model, cellular telephone numbers that are utilized on it, email addresses, various Wi-Fi IDs and Bluetooth IDs and MAC addresses, as well as an event log of when certain amounts of data or when processes were taking place with the extraction itself.
So that is essentially an overview of what Gray Key produced.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And then what about 171?
171 is a Cellbrite report. This would have came by way of physical analyzer. It's an extraction report for an Apple iOS full file system extraction.
Does it what
And
information does that produce?
This one in particular is I can tell that it's an extraction report specific to what user accounts may have been located on that device, and I can see that the user accounts, Facebook, email, I can tell that this is the user accounts created from Mr. Hughes' cell phone.
Your Honor, this time the state moves in evidence 170 and 171.
No objection.
No objection. 170, 171. Investigator Cunningham, bringing your attention to that Cellbrite user accounts report. What is the email associated with all of those accounts?
I can see that there's several. One is zachary.david.hughes@gmail.com.
So were you able to corroborate that email with the emails that were returned from Google and the material that they provided for Mr. Hughes?
Yes, sir.
When you're conducting this initial extraction, were you able to receive data on messages that were exchanged from that phone?
Yes, sir, I was.
And from what medium were those, or the vast majority of those messages pertinent to this case shared with you?
The vast majority, I would say, came from an application known as WhatsApp, as well as Facebook Messenger and the regular messaging.
Were you able to create a report on WhatsApps, or let me back up. Did you find some WhatsApp conversation or WhatsApp exchange from that States 112 and a John Mello on WhatsApp?
Yes.
Were you able to create a report specifically for that conversation?
Yes, I was.
And if I showed you the first page of that report, would you recognize it?
Yes.
Let me show you what it states 173. Showing you states 173. What is that?
This is one of many pages from the extraction report from Mr. Hughes' phone of a WhatsApp message specifically between Mr. Hughes and John Mello, John Mello's WhatsApp number, which I recognize, and there's a photograph of Mr. Hughes also in that message.
Do you recognize Mr. Mello's number, at least from one angle from the email exchanges between Mr. Mello and Mr. Hughes?
Yes. Yes, I can see that the number is the same number that we observed in the Gmail data that was received back.
And I believe the first message there, is Mr. Hughes, or is Mr. Hughes' name identified there in one of the messages?
Yes, it is. Zachary, I mean, it shows Zachary Hughes as the owner of the message.
Okay. Is his picture on top of it?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, this time state moves in evidence, states 173. Sure.
No objection.
Let's start from the top here. Is this the report that was generated for the WhatsApp conversation between Mr. Hughes and Mr. Mello?
Yes, sir, it was.
Is that the picture you're referring to, the top left of 173? Is
Yes, sir, it is.
that Mr. Hughes in that picture?
Yes, sir.
And then as to this first message, in the blue there, where it says, it's John Zach. How's Zach spelled?
ZACK.
Is that significant at all in reviewing these messages?
It is. I remember a time when I believe I read a message earlier on where Mr. Hughes was his name was used as Zach, but spelled differently, and it was corrected by Mr. Hughes in reply that it was
Z-A-C-K.
K. Yes, sir.
What's the date on the very first message there?
October the 7th, 2020.
And this red X that's in both of these messages, what does that mean?
That's indicative of a recovered deleted message. So that's a symbol placed on a message that was deleted data that was recovered with the forensic software.
So approximately, how many messages were you able to review exchanged between Mr. Hughes and Mr. Mello, beginning with this message on October 7th of 2020?
I believe it was maybe in excess of 1,000. It was a great deal.
So when's the last message on WhatsApp to date between Mr. Mello and Mr. Hughes?
October the 13th, 2021.
Investigator Cunningham, in conducting your extraction of this cell phone, approximately how long did it take to, let's say, crack Mr. Hughes' phone as to the password?
Around 2 years in total from beginning to break that passcode to the point in which it did successfully break that passcode.
Thank you, Investigator Cunningham. I have no further questions for you.
Yes, sir.
All set.
May it please the court. Investigator Cunningham, you testified on direct examination that you were asked to analyze or conduct numerous cell phone extractions in this case. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I want to talk to you about a cell phone extraction that they didn't ask you about. Isn't it true that the lead investigator in this case was Investigator Sparkman? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true that during the course of his investigation in this case, Investigator Sparkman seized a phone that belonged to, or more than one phone that belonged to Brad Post? Isn't that true?
Yes.
I'm sorry, and could you speak up?
I'm sorry. Yes,
That's
sir.
right.
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true that you, pursuant to a search warrant, you conducted an extraction of at least one cell phone that Investigator Sparkman seized from Brad Post? Isn't that true?
Yes.
And isn't it true that this occurred in October of 2020, 2021. Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
And is it true that this occurred after the passing of Christina Parcells? Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true after you conducted an extraction of Brad Poe's cell phone, you contacted a member of the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
Objection, Judge. Based on previous ruling, this line of questioning is improper.
Your Honor, this,
Overruled.
thank you. Yes, Your Honor. Is it true that you contacted investigator Wayne Arnett with the Greenville County Sheriff's Office after you conducted the extraction? Isn't that true?
I did not contact him, but I'm aware that other investigators were contacted. Yes.
And isn't it true that your extraction was made available to investigator Wayne Arnett? Isn't that true?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
And isn't it true?
I'm wondering if Wayne Arnett is like really known in this area for crimes against children or something, like this investigator, because like he's saying his name, like everybody should know who he is.
True that the extraction you conducted pursuant to a search warrant of Brad Poe's cell phone fairly and accurately represented the contents of that cell phone as it existed in October of 2021. Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
One second. I don't have any other questions. I would ask that Investigator Cunningham remainers.
Yes, Your Honor. Investigator Cunningham, it's safe to say you downloaded several phones in relation to your duties in this case. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did you download Michael Manigault's phone?
Yes, sir.
Did you download an Alex Field's phone?
Yes, sir.
Did you download Christina Parcells' phone?
Yes, sir.
Is that standard where electronic evidence is being gathered in any given case where it's needed?
Yes, it is.
I know the questions for you.
Any recalls? Just very briefly, Investigator Cunningham, you were asked about extractions of other people's phones. Did say Michael Manigault's extraction, did that extraction make its way to Investigator Wayne Arnett?
I believe they were all made available to the investigators that investigated this case. I couldn't speak to specifics if one versus the other was unavailable. I believe them all to be similarly available.
But you know that you testified earlier that your extraction of the Post device made its way to Wayne Arnett. You testified that earlier, is that correct?
It's my understanding that yes, sir.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Can you reread it?
Nothing from the state.
You missed that down. Thank you, sir.
All right, then. All right, I think we can stop at him now. That's another text message guy. All right, we'll stop at him and then we'll continue this tomorrow. I'll go pick up my daughter and grab some lunch and be back for Delphi in about an hour and a half. So we'll pick up here tomorrow, finish off day 3, complete day 4. If we have time, we can go through some of the documents. If not, maybe we'll do a live Monday to go through documents and get us kind of caught up on the custody side of this case and some of these allegations, and so we can get some backstory, because I'm struggling with not having it. You guys know I investigate. I mean, like I research, and I don't investigate them, but I like research the shit out of cases before I ever get this far into them. So now I'm like, I feel all kinds of backwards. I'm struggling with it. So, all right, I will see you guys in a little bit. If you guys want to pop in for the Delphi Live, we have a motion from the defense to strike the state's response to the motion to correct errors. So we're going to do a read through that discussion. I have not read it yet, so it'll be a blind react. And then Sleuthy's going to come up with me and we can talk it through. So I'll see you guys in about an hour and a half. Make sure you guys show up. I'll see you guys soon. Fluffy, I'll see you on the replay. Or I'll see you mañana for rest of day 3 and day 4. All right, you guys, thanks for being here. I appreciate it. I know you guys have 1,000 other places you guys could hang out during the day and watch trials, and yet you choose to hang out with me. And I absolutely love you for it. So I'll see you guys in just a little bit. Have a good